All right, I will call the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. I'd like to welcome my fellow councilors to the council meeting this morning, together with the administration in the room. And I guess to Reed and Jenna, welcome to council chambers. All people attending online, I can't see who you are, but welcome to the meeting. Just a reminder, the meeting is being recorded. So bear that in mind in their comments and stuff. We will now move on to item number 2, the adoption of the agenda. As is customary, Councilor Nagda, any additions?
I have one for the closed session. It will be under section 17.
So that'll appear as item 12.4. Anything else?
No.
Deputy Reed?
No, I'm good.
Councilor Wick? Good. Councilor Wittis?
Yeah, a dust storm, silica, dust storm.
Let's have Ms. Benoit assign the number, just the section. Do you want that under business?
Yeah, it's 7 something.
Anything else, Councilor Wittis?
No, that's it. Yeah, it's good. We call everybody.
Okay. Administration. Well, there is, before you turn it over to administration, I do want to juggle the agenda a little bit. I want to move item 6.1. Item 6.1, we're gonna move that to come after 7.3. And then you have to pass the player bylaw and a couple other things before we deal with the tax bylaw.
Yes, after 7:03, we will do 6:01.
And administration.
We have 4 correspondence items. Sorry, 4 correspondence and 1 item. First one is a letter from the National Police Federation. Open letter to Minister Ellis. Second one is a letter from Lamont County to the Honorable Daniel Smith on the education tax levy implications. And the third one is a letter from Lamont County to the Honorable Devin Dreeshen on vegetation control and weed maintenance. Those are 2 items that were raised at the last council meeting. So we're adding these to correspondence so that the public can see them. And then we have one more closed session item to add, and it is the Bend Freezing Fire.
Is that a closed session?
Yes, we're dealing with the others in closed session. We thought we would deal with this one the same way unless council wishes to deal with it in public. The matter has been brought to council in public. I thought we would deal with them all the same. Okay.
That's 12:05, right?
Yes. Yeah, by section 17. Okay, any other additions?
There is one correction in the agenda, Councilor Arnaka's evil eye pointed out that it should say Township 560 on item 12.2. We remember reading rule 560 last time.
All right. If there's no other additions, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I move that Lamont County Council adopt the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. We'll move on to item number 3.1, adoption of the April 1st regular council meeting minutes. Council will have a chance to review them. Any errors or omissions noted? Seeing no hands. Motion to adopt the minutes. Deputy Reeve.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the April 1st, 2025 regular council meetings as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
It's carried 5-0. We have a delegation, however, they're not going to be here till 1 o'clock. We moved item 6.1 down the agenda, so we will now move to item 6.2, the regional player services bylaw 888.25. That's on page 28.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Have had significant prior council direction. We have included really only the last two, where council provided third reading to bylaw 18.24 in response to feedback from the public meeting that was held on March 4th, and that there was direction. Actually, good context. And that there was direction to schedule a workshop on March 21st to respond to other feedback from the public on May 4th. And in essence, the bylaw in front of you represents council's direction coming out of a public meeting. We have for you attached the current bylaw that was amended on May 11th and the updated bylaw based on your consensus on March 21st. The major changes are in articles number 60 to 63. In general terms, it says that when the fire department responds to a fire within Lamont County, and their purpose is preserving life, property, environment, from injury and destruction. If it's a fire on non-residential property, the owner, occupant, and any person who caused or contributed to the fire shall be liable for all costs. Item 61 says when the fire department has taken action for a response related to a fire within Lamont County for the purposes of, again, preserving the property and the environment from injury and destruction on residential and farmland, the owner and occupant of such property causing or contributing to the fire shall be liable up to a maximum of $25,000. In addition to any third-party fire costs, if the fire chief determines that the fire was started without a permit, where there was failure to comply with the conditions of the permit, where there was intentional, wrongful, or unlawful actions by the owner or occupant, where the owner or occupant failed to take proper care, failed to pay proper attention, or otherwise negligent in response to the starting, monitoring, and spreading of fire. Article 62 is when there is a response to a fire on a residential property or farm, the owner occupant of such property, person causing the or contributing to the fire shall not be liable for firefighting costs with the exception of incidents described in 60 and 61. So those are the ones where there is burning without a permit, not in accordance with. So if it's at fault, there are costs charged back. If there is no fault, there are no charges back to the landowner. And then item 63 for clarity ensures that when there's a fire in the town of Lamont, town of Bruderheim, town of Mendare, villages of Andrew and Chipman, for the purposes of preserving property, life, and environment. The fire started on a residential farm, non-residential. The owner occupant of such properties, the person or persons causing or contributing to the fire shall be liable for all costs. So number 63, in essence, says that nothing changes from what is currently the case within the towns and villages in the county. Again, 62 says when you are not at fault and a fire starts, you are not charged. If you are at fault, when you look in particular at 61 A, B, and C, you will be charged. And number 61 identifies kind of a maximum of 25,000 direct costs to Lamont County plus any additional third-party costs if and when you have caused or contributed to the fire. See Chief Moore has joined us. Perhaps if I missed something, you can reinforce it.
No.
What's number 60 again?
60 says non-residential property fires are paid for by non-residential taxpayers. Industry, commercial, industrial.
So all farmland is residential classed?
61 and 62 speak to residential and farmland.
Maximum 35,000.
And then just to add clarity to this, Lamont County Council is proposing a 3% increase for residential and farmland municipal taxes. Out of that 3%, 1% is being allocated to pay for not at fault fires. So there's no cost to the ratepayer. When we had our workshop, there was a consensus, not a workshop, sorry, when we had our public meeting, there was a consensus to add it on to the tax bill. Councillor Anaka and I did some through calculations yesterday. And essentially the 1% increase on a quarter of land that is worth $30,000 will amount to $5.42. I'm not sure if you can verify that, Rodney, or not. On a property with a residence that's assessed at $175,000, so that would be if you have a farmyard that's assessed at $175,000, your extra 1% to fire cost would be $22.68. And if you take the total assessment for farm and residential, which approximates roughly $4 million. Your additional taxes generated by the 1% is going to be roughly $40,000. So that'll be the reserve that we start with. 8 cents. So,
Mr. Reeve, I think the important thing to note is that that is much more favorable for residents that have a fire but did not contribute in any way to the fault. It's much better than the $10,000 potential maximum that the current bylaw suggests.
great.
I just want verification on those charges because they seem very, very low.
And Rodney, if you could verify those numbers,
I just did,
they're good.
you're correct, yeah.
Okay. Right on.
So just using your math, the farmland mill rate or tax rate is 0.0185823. 1% of that times the $30,000 assessment would equal 554 is what, so, yeah, so that based on the discussions that council had last meeting, dedicating that 1% is, and the 40,000 is based on what the estimated residential fire billing would be for a not at fault fire. So that based on the last few years, we trended it to see what it roughly would be. It's gonna be hard to predict because every year is different, but so that $40,000 is based on trend data from the past.
Okay, so the other aspect here is, we're saying 1% is going to be utilized to support not at fault fires, right? But if we just leave that in the general, I guess what I'm saying, is there any way to denote on the tax notices that 1% goes towards fire? I know it's gonna be a small amount that shows up in the tax bill, but what I'm thinking of is if future councils aren't aware of the special allocation of the 1%, somewhere down the road, new council next year could say, well, we don't like this policy, we're going back to the maximum $10,000 or whatever, right? So I guess my question to administration is, can the 1% be shown on the tax return?
It could be, it would require extra programming from the software provider. Where we had recommended that information would be is in the newsletter. And the newsletter is going to be going with the tax notice, and so it'll be the insert. So it'll show in there for our residents why the increases in taxes and our tax rate and where that money would be allocated to. And it gives that communication more than just one line on the tax notice. How the future councils are going to know, the philosophy we use for budgeting with Lamont County is the base budget. So this would now be included in the base budget. It would be part of those service levels that council reviews every year at budget time and through the strategic planning. So that would be noted in there. And if a future council decided to take that 1% away, it would be a service level adjustment that would be made intentionally with part of that base budget, those base budget discussions.
Council okay with that?
I was asked, do we have a separate line item? So if we collect, it's gonna take a figure of $60,000 that it's a separate line item, and so we know where we're standing if we don't use it all, it'll be carry over for the next year. They wanted it separate on so they can see what it is and what's in the.
One thing to note, just in response to your comment, so it's 40, not 60.
Yeah.
So when 1% gets added to the tax base, that's in there continuously. if we spend less than 40 grand this year, at the end of the year, council will see a recommended transfer to reserve. If we spend more than 40,000, because we couldn't predict with great accuracy how many fires, there would be a request for council to fund from reserve. So even if it showed on the tax notice this year, that same 1% does not need to show on the tax notice next year because it's already in the base.
And one of the things that, just to add to what Mr. Karnowski said, you're gonna see when we get to item 7.1, one of the recommendations was to top up the fire operating reserve, because fire is an important thing. And so as Councilor points out, Councilor Ward points out, it is a, keeping track of what those billings are is an important thing to council. So that will be part of the reporting that we'll do triannually and at the end of the year. And then council has that ability to make that decision. Does that money go into reserves automatically? Does it council want to make the decision as they go? That's all part of the reserve policy, and we'll make those amendments based on council's wishes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor White, but I think what you might be looking at is a separate GL line, where you're recording the expense in a separate GL of the financial statement, right?
And we already
have
have that. We'll just make sure that it's highlighted for council.
They don't wanna go into the one big button, don't know where we're at or where we're to, cause there's, we got the Bridge fires over 260 grand in the reserve already, when we finally collected from the Bridge fire years ago.
And that's exactly what the reserve policy is for. The reserve policy is to put that money aside for future needs as council desires. And reporting on that throughout the year. So that if council wants to report on that, and obviously I'm hearing that council does, that becomes part of our regular reporting back to council. Here's what, these certain areas are making.
So I think the important thing to note here is I think we did hear the comments at the public meeting. I think that there was a general consensus. People were prepared to pay up to $75 a quarter. I think the $5.47 or whatever it amounts to is, and that may have to be adjusted going down the road here, depending what the fire billings are, right? So. Any other questions regarding the fire billing? Right? You're making notes.
Just to confirm, so there will never be a need to draw on that $10,000 firefighting coverage that everybody that has insurance, it's automatically in their policy. We will never be drawing on that, right?
Lamont County will never be wrong.
Okay. So,
Now, it's important to note if somebody has $100,000 fire, and if they're at fault, they're gonna get billed from us. Well,
well,
we turn to their insurance company at that point.
okay, yeah. So. Like
Okay,
that,
that's at no fault, that's at your fault.
If there's a fault, yeah. No fault, no. At fault, yes.
well, I'm just thinking, I think we've had some fires where there have been 3 different causes that were thrown around, eh? So, that's kind of a gray area. Another thing, like there was that fire last year on 645 on Bacon Farmyard or something, and there was a $7,200 bill. That person will never ever see a bill because or what happens to that, because that's still under police investigation. But that person that paid the $7,200, so how does that work with this new policy?
So it describes it as the person or person causing or contributing to the fire. So if it's deemed arson by the RCMP that can be supported by the fire investigation, then the person or person causing would be the one liable for that bill. But not the landowner, because the landowner did not contribute by one of the 3 statements of the bylaw.
Okay. Yeah, just, you know, we've tossed around fire for how many years? In 2022, we said everybody pays 100% of the cost. And then, you know, Chief Moore is the new guy on the block. The rest of us and administration are the same that made that change to full charge for the fire in 2022. So we, you know, from you having to pay tens of thousands of dollars to
Nothing.
$50, you know, it's just kind of hard to comprehend. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
Anybody else got any comments? Is council comfortable enough with the bylaw to give with 3 readings today?
Just like, so springtime here, if somebody has trouble with some equipment and they call a welder out and the fire starts totally accidental, then who's liable for that? Liable or?
It doesn't meet one of the 3 conditions, so there was no negligence, there was no intent, and there was no unlawful actions.
Little bigger catches fire. So I'm saying you get a welder out and you're working on it.
And the
So
spark.
the spark goes, sometimes you don't know there's a fire behind you, so.
Well, I remember one spring, there was at a gas well site, somebody was using a grinder and caught the fire, so. As long as it's not a requirement that you have to spray down the whole work area.
Well, I do think people should take precautions.
Great.
I think welders probably take efforts
Well,
to
I
shield anything flammable.
Yeah. 90% of the time you got a welder where you are.
Yeah, the conditions set forward in here are, you know, no permit was applied for or issued. Or the failure to comply with the conditions of the permit. So this is, you know, somebody pulls a permit for a brush pile, they lay 8 brush piles on 1 quarter, which is against the permit conditions, then that is under section 61 of the bylaw. But with those things, unless there was intentional, wrongful, or unlawful actions, which, you know, an accident is not intentional, wrongful, or unlawful, or the owner occupant failed to take proper care, failed to pay attention, or otherwise negligent in starting the fire. So, you know, somebody out burning long grass in their ditch and it gets away from them, right? They failed to pay proper attention or otherwise negligent in the relation with starting that fire.
Anything else? If not, someone prepared to move first reading?
I move the Lamont County Council give first reading to Regional Fire Services Bylaw 888.25.
Any questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Deputy Reed, you're prepared to give second reading?
That Lamont County Council gives second reading to Regional Fire Services Bylaw 888.25.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? What, do you want to put?
I make a motion that Lamont County Council give unanimous consent to third and final reading for the Regional Fire Services Bylaw 888.25.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? And Councilor White, you prepared to give third reading?
Lamont County Council gives the third and final reading to Regional Fire Services Bylaw 888.25.
Any questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. So we do have a new regional fire services bylaw. I want to thank council for their work on this project, and I also want to thank the public who provided comments regarding fire bylaw, and hopefully this bylaw achieves its purpose moving forward here. So good job, council.
And administration.
Administration also. Thank you, Councilor. All right, we'll move on to item 7.1. 2024 reserve transfers.
Mr. Reed, the next three items are closely related. They are all having to do with closing out 2024. Some tweaks to the 2024, and we did so finalize every other financial statements. Here are these three items.
Thank you, Mr. Karnowski. Good morning, Mr. Reed, members of council. So the first one, we are on page 82 and 83 of your package. This is about the 2024 reserve transfers. As council is aware, the county auditor metrics group reported to council at the last meeting. And in one of the things that council or that the auditor discussed with council was the unrestricted surplus. As council is aware, council is the principal authority for allocation of surpluses to reserves. So this is being brought forward to council. So overall, that unrestricted surplus at the end of the year was $3,531,293. Administration is recommending allocating $3.25 million of those reserves. And this is along the lines of our current reserve policy. So there's one item here that wasn't discussed in council was the $8,799 from the regional emergency management contributions. So there is a regional emergency management committee. I believe Councillor Woitis is the chair of that one. And every year, each of the municipalities funds the county with contributions, and then that is used for emergency management training or exercises. One of the things that part of that reserve policy is that any unspent money from that should be transferred into reserves, and that reserve was set up last year.
Important to note that we're the bankers or the 4 towns and villages that participate with us in emergency.
So the amount left over that was unspent this year was $8,799. So that you'll see that in our recommendation when I go through that. And additionally, during the budget meetings for 2025, it was anticipated that there would be a need to transfer $500,000 to residential tax stabilization due to favorable assessment growth, and we'll see that as we talk through the tax bylaw. This transfer is no longer needed, so administration is recommending that council rescind that motion. And all of these recommended transfers are consistent with reserve policy 7010.2. So overall, the recommendations is that Lamont County Council approve transfers from unrestricted to restricted surplus effective December 31st, 2024, and that would be for $1 million to go to the general capital reserve, $725,000 to the emergency services capital, $250,000 to fire operating, $1.275 to tax stabilization non-residential, and then the $8,799 to regional emergency management. And then that second motion there is that council rescind motion resolution 2024-750, and that's waiting for the tax this service.
Any questions or comments?
I do. The one relating to general capital, this is for 2024, so this wouldn't affect us if they do, if say Chipman does get the STIP grant to repair the bridge. This isn't gonna be part of this 1 million in here, would it?
That's correct. So the reason why, we left of the 3.5, leaving some of the surplus in there, that's a separate motion that won't come from the general capital.
I have a question, Rodney. I flipped to page 140 of the agenda, which is the accumulated surplus. So we're gonna be approving the financial statements further down in the meeting, but are these proposed transfers reflected in the surplus balances right now?
They are currently reflected in the surplus.
Okay, so do we have a problem because you're proposing to transfer 1.275 million to the non-residential tax stabilization? And yet it looks like it was added to the tax stabilization. Because we're proposing to move it to the non-residential, right?
The non-residential shows 1.5 million in each of 23 and 24.
Okay, but if we're gonna move,
I'm pointing at the right.
it looks like the tax stabilization increased. Need to phone a friend, you can phone Stephen.
I'll just use his emails he sent me, so. So we'll have them adjust that.
We should move 1.75 now from general tax stabilization to non-residential.
Actually, we can probably pass this motion, we just, if you wanna leave it in the tax stabilization reserve, which is, we just strike out non-residential on the motion here, right?
Well, you could approve it as amended.
Yeah, well, I think it will approve the financial statements as amended. So I think that would be more appropriate.
Yeah,
Before it's signed, that change.
okay. So then are we gonna strike non-residential beside the 1.275?
No, we'll leave that one there, so.
So the second line called tax stabilization.
Is gonna come down.
4.175 will be down,
Okay,
and the tax stabilization non-residential will go up. Yeah. That's a sharp eye.
So yeah, that's the tax net resident, tax stabilization non-residential will be 2.775.
Will be which?
2775. Just get Ms. Rothschild to confirm those numbers for me, and then before we approve that one.
What's the new number, sorry?
The tax stabilization, so we're looking at page 140.
Yeah.
2.9 million will be the top one. what was 4175. And then, the other one will be 2775.
Yeah, the other one will fall back to 2.9, Rodney, right?
Yes. Yeah, 2775. Calculating from that.
We can prove that as amended, not. Only make the motion, right?
Yes. Remember that, I'll have you make the motion.
As amended.
I just wanted to make sure I was correctly answering this question. So the question about the general capital reserve, our motion on page 179 is to bring that money from aggregate levy reserve. That'll be a 2025 transfer. So so the question about does Chipman Bridge come out of general capital? No, we're recommending from a different reserve.
Yeah, I can agree with them.
Yes.
Any other questions? If not, is somebody prepared to make the motion to approve the transfers? From unrestricted to restrictive?
Make a motion that Lamont County Council approve the following transfers from unrestricted to restricted effective December 31st, 2024. 1 million to general capital, $725,000 to emergency services capital, $250,000 to fire operating, $1,275,000 to tax stabilization, non-residential, and $8,799 to regional emergency management.
Thank you, Councillor Wick.
We have a friendly amendment on there. It should have said restricted surplus, just one word. Just recording.
Okay. So that's a friendly amendment to add surplus after restricted.
That's correct.
Okay with that, Councillor? Yep. Okay. Any questions or concerns? Further debate? See none, all those in favor? Yep, you're good. Yeah. Okay, it's carried 5-0. Okay, the next resolution is pretty straightforward. I can make that motion. That Lamont County Council rescind resolution 2024-750. That Lamont County Council direct administration to bring forward a recommendation to transfer $500,000 from the forecasted 2024 surplus to tax stabilization reserve upon completion of the 2024 fiscal year. Any questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yep, you're good. Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Okay, thank you, council. Item 7.2, 2025 spring budget adjustments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So we're on page 108 of the package. So as customary, the council has been approving a final budget in December, which helps get the projects on track. We have more effective pricing at that point. But with every budget, when additional information is known, we bring forward adjustments. So this is something we've been doing the last number of years is having that final budget and bringing forward these estimates before we finalize the tax plan. So just to go back and give a little bit of history about those December 10th discussions. Some of the assumptions that the budget was based on was that there would be little to no growth for residential assessment, that there would only be moderate growth for linear and wells. And the result was that the end of the provincial tax holiday was happening. What was forecasted in there was an increase of $165,000 of revenue that would have been by increasing residential and farm tax rates by 4%. And as well carrying over a surplus from 2024. So just as council already discussed, there was a public meeting regarding fire billing and the effect on taxes for the 2025 year. And as well, the assessment was received from our contracted assessors and from the provincial assessor following the February 28th deadline. So what has happened is that the assessment reports show an increase in both inflation, which is the value of the existing housing, and real growth, which is new housing. For residential of 8.3 for inflation and 1.9% for growth. Similar increases were seen for non-residential of 1.5% for inflation and 8% for real growth. And just for those listening, the difference between inflation and real growth, inflation is that, what was their increase in value? Real growth is that there was another unit brought in. So if you think about that in units. So the response from the public meeting regarding the fire billing was that the not at fault fires would be covered by property tax increase. And the anticipated cost, which is lost revenue, was equal to a 1% increase in residential and farm taxes. Just a note for council, and this is a number that our tax system is not able to calculate until we actually print the tax notices, is that the minimum tax that council has approved in the tax bylaw normally equates to around $30,000. This has not been reflected in the budget for Lamont County. So normally what we see is a slight over collection compared to budgets. But we'll also see changes that happen throughout the tax appeal deadline. They're called section 305(1) changes that assessment may go up and down based on people's complaints to the assessor and to the assessment review board. So what we're seeing in changes, I'm halfway down on page 109. So the revenue increases, so growth and inflation adjustments are made based on the finalized assessment. A 3% increase in residential and farm tax is set in the budget, as opposed to the original 4% recommendation. There's an increase of 1% for the residential fire billing and an increase of 2% for the contracted trucking. So that's the rationale of where that 3% came from. One of the things we are seeing is a significant increase in the education tax. And there's the correspondence letter in later on in the package with our concern about those increases to the rates. And we are not the only ones who are doing that. I've contacted both RMA and AV Munis, and they are hearing significant concern from their members on that. And adjustment to the seniors and St. Michael landfill requisitions to match the actuals. We did see an additional grant come in for fire training of 19,000, and we received an email from the leader for the DRP funding that grant from 2020, that $1 million. We included that in this budget as well. So expenditures, though, there was a few items that were missed in the original budget that administration wants to make council aware of. Computer program subscription was understated by $7,800. Wages were overstated, but for embargo positions in the original budget by 5,000, so one up, one down. There were some FCSS wages and conference fees that were missed, 23,500. And then the school foundation funding increase, so the revenue's going up, but also the expenditures are going up by $896,000. Seniors and landfill requisitions, good news is that there was a decrease, that's effective about $160,000. The AED for the peace officer vehicle has expired, so that does need to be replaced. That's the automated external defibrillator. If I remember my first aid stuff correctly, that's a $4,000 unit. And we received the final requisition for policing costs from the province, and we found that there was a reduction there of $20,650. Council then also made a motion that will increase costs, and that's the increase of the contracted gravel haul rates. And we're anticipating that to be $80,000. And then lastly, council has also made the motion to engage an owner's engineer for the process water project. With those funds to come from the AIHA grant, with costs of 2.1 million and revenues of 16.6 million over the next 5 years. And there will be more costs coming forward once the construction amounts are finalized, but we'll be bringing those budget adjustments as they come. So in the middle of page 110 is the detail, exactly, so some of the numbers I had above were rounded. And so that has the detail there, so. And then going forward, for council's information, the page 112 shows the detail from the financial system. Overall, there's going to be a $1.2 million surplus from operations recommended in this budget. That $1.2 million surplus will go to funding the capital equipment that we're doing. So overall, when you look at this, 1 million of that 1.2 is that DRP grant, which is a one-time expenditure. The good news is Lamont County is moving towards that sustainability. And what the goal that the council should be looking for is that this operating surplus is what is used to fund your capital purchases for that year. So this number, while it might sound like it's a big surplus, 1.2 million, it's only operating, not capital. And then the capital funds come from that. So overall, we're at a $262,000 of ongoing surplus, which is a good, we're starting to move to a good position that makes us considerably more sustainable. Page 113 to 117 just shows the detailed consolidated by GL. So if council has any questions on the detail, that's where we'll get those information. So we are going back to page 108. There is 3 motions that administration is recommending. First one is to amend the 2025 operating budget for revenues of 28 million, reserve transfers and operating expenses of 30 million, including amortization. That council amend the 2025 budget to reserve transfers by reducing the transfers from vehicle and equipment by 1.2 million. So the first one is operating, the second one is capital, and the third one is the capital project to process water. And that we approve the project, including the owner's representative engineering services, and the revenue from it. I know I've gone over that fairly quickly, so if council has any questions, I welcome them at this time.
So that $1 million grant, that was from flooding or fire?
That was from flooding, I believe. Is that correct?
The second event that we had in 2020, it's from that flood event.
So what percentage of total cost did they reimburse us for?
You know what, I think it was a difference of, I think it was like 20 or 30,000 difference from what we had put in to what they gave us. I think our claim was 1.050 and their paying us 1.022, so it was not, we didn't lose a lot.
Okay,
I think it should be noted that we're terming this as a grant, but it's not really, it's actually a recovery of spent funds back in.
More like insurance proceeds.
Yeah. And that particular item is essentially what's contributing to the $1.26 million
That
surplus.
is correct.
Okay. So because we have that surplus, we're reducing the transfer from
Vehicle and equipment.
and equipment by 1.2 million. And I think that school foundation increase, that's a major hit because in essence, our county ratepayer is going to be faced with an increase of roughly $896,000. That increase has nothing to do with Lamont County. That's totally the province of Alberta. And the increase in the school levy, in our case, 11%. It varies by municipality, but in our case, it's 11%. So our ratepayer is gonna see a significant increase in their tax bill. Yes, they are. But it's not gonna be because of municipal taxes. It won't be because of the housing foundation and the seniors. It's basically gonna be mainly related to the school foundation levy, so.
This is money that the county gets no benefit from and just work. So we have to collect it, we have to remit it. We have to address the concerns of residents when they see that their taxes for that portion go up significantly.
Mr. Reed will have an opportunity to discuss it further when we have the correspondence item for the council order. Okay. It should be noted, council's original intention was for a 4% tax increase this year to cover what effectively was ongoing operations. That in essence has been eliminated in favor of 1% for fire, which is a change in operations, and 2% for gravel haul, which is something that hadn't been adjusted in years. So I think council's being very conscious of the impact on resident by minimizing tax impacts.
Yeah, well, and to build on that as well, that 4% was discussed, that the rate needed to be moved forward. Plus, there was decisions afterwards that would have increased that even further, but council has done the work to bring it down even below what was originally discussed, so yeah, that's, kudos to council on being able to find those efficiencies and bring it forward in this budget.
The only other question I have here is we referenced the 16.6 million as coming from the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. The Alberta Industrial Heartland Association is administering the funds. The grant actually came from this Alberta Department.
Yes.
It's funneled through them.
I'm not sure if this is worded,
This is worded correctly.
it's worded correctly.
That's where we're getting.
Alberta Industrial Heartland got the money from Alberta Environment and Parks, I guess, right? Yeah. We're getting it from them. Because they're the administrators of it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any more questions from council? Not, I will entertain some of these motions. If council is prepared to put them on the table so we can vote on them.
Yeah, the Lamont County Council amend the 2025 operating budget for operating revenues to $28,632,493, including reserve transfers and operating expenses of $30,260,073, including amortization of $2.89 million.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Be Reeve,
Yeah. Move that Lamont County Council amend the 225 budget reserve transfer by reducing transfers from vehicle and equipment by $1.2 million.
any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council approve the process water project, including owners, engineering, representative services with revenues of 16,600,000 to come from the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association grant.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Do we want to do the other financial statement stuff?
Yeah, let's do the audit statements and then we can go back to the tax.
Mr. Reeve, these statements were reviewed 2 weeks ago in detail with the auditor. Council had some private time with the auditors as well. To address any questions, these financial statements remain exactly as they were, other than the adjustments to the surpluses, to reserves. Mr. Boyko is here to answer any questions that you may have.
I think Mr. Dragowski said it well, just the only thing we would say is this recommendation will just consider it as presented as amended for that page 140 with the tax stabilization will say 2.9 million and the non-residential will say 2.775.
I got some questions, give a hand a little easier to haul. Page 137 of the agenda. These are photocopies of 2022, 2023, and 2024. When did we get an increase there of over $1 million on being page 137?
That was discussed April 2024 with council. April 23rd, I believe, to be exact. In closed session. Knowing that this is something that is a concern, I have looked this up. That is over the Midland Railway Terminal, and it was the offsite levies for 2023, there was a track expansion in there. And council discussed in closed session what happened there.
Essex Council has provided the developer the opportunity to pay their offsite levy over time rather than paying it all at once.
That was presented to council.
Yes.
You have the resolution.
Oh, sorry, it was May 14th.
The payments dropped from 264,000 and changed down to 117,000. And it's stretched over 14 years.
170,000 plus interest. As you'll note in the note for it.
At the time, we didn't, was it still as Midland, wasn't it already in the development as the Alphaville?
Yeah, they got a different name too.
No, they have changed their name. The company still is the same.
Well,
Name has changed. But it's the company.
Those are two separate items, line items. There's two separate receivables in Midland Oses right now. One is the old one. And then the new one, there should be a resolution and.
Yes.
I thought we discussed the name change, but we didn't, I don't remember, I don't recall, discussing, interest rates and how many years we're stretching it over.
Was some discussion.
-343.
You keep a copy of the closed item. Closed session discussion items, so. Down the road, go to closed session. Later on, we can. Bring that forward. This offsite levy was a result of some improvements that they made, had made the offsite levies for items.
That's correct. There was a change in owners. There was some miscommunication between them. And so this was, the work was done, the offsite levy has now been recorded as receivable, security has been obtained, and administration monitors that security line.
Councilor Willis, it's not surprising that you don't recall because it shows that you left the meeting at 3:27.
Joint
Joining the meeting.
That, I left the meeting because they were discussing a water problem there, a drainage problem on an adjacent landowner. So that's why I don't recall.
Yeah.
So this was discussed when I was out of the chambers. It's supposed to be on the water where it affects land that's, their water goes through our land, so that's why I stepped out of the meeting, so. Would this be,
Well, that was the prior item, except
yeah, that was.
when does it show the line? There you go, you left it 2:55.
they were discussing the water problem that we got. And this should have been, I should have been back in for this.
Actually, you were up for another matter if you look at 12.4.
So no, that Councilor Willis would have been in here and then the open board. Yeah.
I think if,
We'll bring a copy of the report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
was that okay, Councilor Lewis?
Yeah, I think that's well. Did they have their new name on there though? If you got security, golden security there, shouldn't be the. What's on title now?
I believe Alpha World is the name of the holding company. I believe they are still registered as AMRT, so we will put what's correct on the financial statements. Where possible, we will clarify so that we can conclusion.
Any other questions or concerns? Want to draw council's attention to page 140 again, the accumulated surplus. I think here again, I think council and administration should be commended. We had a pretty busy year. We bought a couple of graders, made some other capital purchases, completed our operations for the year. And at the end of the day, our reserves have increased $800,000 from the year before. So that's been pretty sustainable and pretty prudent managing our finances from that perspective. So council and administration, I think that's where you can see how well you're doing. If your surpluses continue to increase, you're probably doing something pretty good. It's when they start decreasing significantly that problems lie ahead. Okay, any other questions? Councilor Wick, you ready to make the motion?
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council approve the 2024 audited financial statements as amended.
Questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Okay, let's go to the 6.1, the tax rate bylaw.
But we'll be back on page 22.
Seven on one, 7.2, 7.3, all allowing them to come back to establish tax rates. Your board told me I would make a brief presentation or simply answer questions. Whatever you need.
Just make a brief presentation. So just for those that are listening, wondering why we're jumping back and forth in the package. One of the requirements of the MGA is that a budget must be passed before a council can approve a tax bylaw. So council has looked at last year's, closed out the financial statements for last year, approved the budget now. And now one of the major funding sources is taxation for any municipality. So this is a fairly important bylaw for any municipality. So just kind of note again, the council directed a 3% increase to residential and farmland and approved no increase to the non-residential assessed class. So this bylaw does include those adjustments. And that the surplus before the minimum tax calculation is 1.262. And we should see a slight over collection by about $30,000 to minimum tax. And again, our system unfortunately can't calculate that very readily. You know, and instead of going page by page and figuring out that We just estimated at $30,000. So we're recommending all three readings today. If council is uncomfortable with all three readings, then of course we can always bring it back, but you will see a item coming up after this one about a potential postal strike in May. So administration is recommending that all three readings happen today to potentially get ahead of that concern with the mail going.
I thought they were just on strike.
It was only for, you'll see when we get to that item, but it was a 6-month agreement and 6 months comes up May 22.
I'm looking at page 25, Rodney, and I know we got the landfill requisition on page 26, but we don't have it on 25.
Because that is for, it's assessed to every single one. So, the Alberta School Foundation has different categories that we can assess. For instance, machinery and equipment is not accessible for Alberta School Foundation Fund. The designated industrial property is specific ones. I guess the Lamont County Housing Foundation is everybody as well, so we could have added that requisition there. We could, we don't normally do that always on that first page.
No, because according to the MJ, the first page of the tax bylaw has to be MJ specific requisitions. The waste is not a specific MJ requisition, is treated as a municipal. That's why you see it on your tax notice, put in with the municipal stuff, not at the bottom with the actual requisitions.
Fair enough. I'll buy a binder.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tracy.
And just for note, there was the municipal waste expense. There was an under levy last year, so there's about an $11,000 difference between if you look at the actual requisition, because last year we did not receive the waste requisition in time for the bylaw.
We're collecting a little more this year.
We're collecting a little more this year to make up for the under collection. And that's a fairly, well, it's a normal process. They call it under levy, over levy. So in requisitions, if you take too much, you have to get it next year. If you didn't take enough, you collect it the following year.
Actually, the landfill requisition is increasing $10,369.07 this year.
What's the school at 11%? What is that at?
The 800 and some, yeah, if we look on the budget adjustments, that is $896,565.
So what'll be there? Just like, what page is that on? What's the total one?
That page 110 is the difference, that's the increase. But the total amount for the school foundation fund is on page 25 or 26, 4.219,528.
And that's with the increases.
That is correct. These are the final numbers. Subject to any 305 changes to it. And when we say 305 changes, that's NGA exception.
That's a big jump.
It's a huge jump.
Well, between my two properties and houses, I'm paying just a few dollars short of $1,600. Just school tax.
Okay, any further questions on the tax rate bylaw? So if you go to the tax rate bylaw on page 26, You see the individual tax rates. There's the tax levy, which is the revenue to be generated. Your assessed value. And then there's what the new tax rate would be.
And the only line that council really has control over is the tax rate. The assessment is set by the province. And the requisitions are fully set by the provincial regulations. So of that tax bylaw, the 18 million is the amounts that Lamont County gets to receive for use for expenses.
Council prepared to give. I guess we do the first reading and make a live document. I move the Lamont County Council give first reading to the 2025 tax bylaw number 891.25. Namely, a bylaw to authorize the taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2025 taxation year. Any questions or concerns? Debate. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? It's carried 5-0. Council want to proceed to second reading today? Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, that Lamont County Council gives second reading to of the 2025 tax bylaw number 891.25, namely a bylaw to authorize the rate of taxation against accessible properties located in Lamont County for 2025 tax year.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Now I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Council want to proceed? Unanimous consent for third reading? Councilor Whit.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council give unanimous consent for third and final reading for the 2025 tax bylaw number 891.25. Naming a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2025 taxation year.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Councilor Wedis, you want to give third and final reading?
Lamont County Council give third and final reading to 2025 tax bylaw number 891.25, namely a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2025 taxation year.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? It's carried 5-0. We now have our tax rate bylaw. Oh, packed morning. I think we need a recess at 10:45. And we'll reconvene at 10:35. All right, welcome back to the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting. We will reconvene at 10:40. When we left, we are on item 7.4, potential postal strike. Peter?
Rodney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Roski, so yes, this was, an item that, was brought forward to the Municipal Tax Professionals Association that, there is a potential postal strike again. It's gonna be a bit of a hard hit for many municipalities. Normally, Lamont County, mails their tax notices around May 21st, just after Victoria Day. And there's usually a due date of June 30th, which falls on a Monday in 2025. You'll see I attached some articles in here, page 147. Is that the talks are looming in regards to the Canadian Union of Postal Workers strike. And page 148, if due sides fail to reach an agreement for May 22nd, the strike, which halted the mail service for a month in November, would start again immediately. So administration is recommending, or well, is targeting that we would have our tax notices mailed out during the week of April 28th to May 2nd. Due to those concerns around the strike, this gets the notices out 2 weeks before that. Gives residents plenty of time, bless you, plenty of time to arrange for the payment should the strike occur. Just to note, there is a number of ways that residents can pay their taxes. There's online banking, which is probably the most efficient for many people. Option pay, if residents choose to pay with credit card, can visit the county office or utilize the drop box outside of regular business hours. There is no recommendation to change any of the tax payment deadlines at this point, as this strike is not. We don't know what they're going to do at this point. So essentially, this is just a briefing to let council know that the tax notices are going to be going out earlier. There is a potential for some issues, but if our residents have the tax notices at that point, then they have the ability to get their payments in a number of ways. If mail gets put in the system and the strike happens, as normal, administration will use those post stamps to be able to say what date it was. So say they put it in there May 22nd and the strike happens on May 23rd, that postmark on there is going to say it's the 22nd and we're not going to penalize them even if it doesn't get to us. So just essentially a briefing for council of what may happen and what the steps that administration is taking to offset some of those concerns. And the recommendation would just to receive this as information.
Any questions or comments? So an election on April 28th and a postal strike 3 weeks later. Sweet. All right, pretty straightforward for information only. I will make the motion that Lamont County Council accepts the report on the potential postal strike in May 2025, affecting the property tax notices mail out as information. Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Darby in the hot seat. Item 7.5. Public works disposal of surplus equipment.
this period as we upgrade our fleets. We, look at the, our aging fleet. And we've got, 4 pieces of equipment here that, we're seeking council's direction to dispose of in accordance with the, policy the council has approved. Go ahead, Ernie.
So in line with policy 7001.23, the disposal of surplus assets. We've conducted a review of our units and identified 5 units that are no longer required. First off, unit 1154, it's a 2013 Chevrolet 1500. It's in 2024, we brought it in for repairs. And the identified required repairs were estimated to exceed the estimated value of the unit. We have parked it out of service since. Replacement unit was included in the approved 2025 budget and has been ordered. Delivery should be first part of May. Second item is unit 1336, 2015 Cat 160M grader. Replacement unit was included and approved in the 2025 budget and has already been delivered. So this unit is now surplus. This unit has 11,642 hours. Unit 1339 is a 2017 John Deere 872G grader. Again, a replacement unit was included in the approved budget and has already been delivered. This unit has approximately 10,021 hours. The third item, unit 1373, it's a 2023 asphalt roller from Third Coast Equipment, originally purchased in 2023. Was purchased to be used by staff for cold mix patching. When originally tendered, this unit was the only available option that could be purchased within the available budget and time required. Other comparable units were over budget, with some not being available for 6 to 8 months. We had spoken with a local contractor that owns one of the units, and they had no concerns with its operation. However, this unit has been sent back to the service provider on numerous occasions for various concerns that have arisen and continues to be out of service more than it is utilized.
What's that thing worth about when we,
The sale value, I'm not sure. I think
what do we pay? Like, what is it?
the original purchase price was around $42,000, I believe. We recommend disposing the unit and discuss whether an asphalt roller is required in the future. Essentially, this unit showed up and has been a lemon and is now on warranty. Finally, unit 1325, it's a 2016 Kaiser Morris asphalt hot box. It was originally purchased to be used by staff for cold mix patching, and its intended use is to heat up the cold mix to make it easier to work with. Over the years, staff have found the hot box cumbersome to use, as it was not ordered with a conveyor system or a dump system to move material out of the trailer, and staff find it easier and quicker to utilize a 2-ton truck instead.
Okay. Board of Council. Any questions?
No, I was gonna make one statement though, if we can. When we take these pieces of equipment to auction or disposal surplus. Can we maybe give a description of maintenance that's been done on them? We had one, I actually talked to a fellow that bought one of our other last graders. There was a full engine job that was done on it, he wasn't even aware. I think we'd get better money if we give a little better description of what we have.
Yeah, over the last 2 years, we've brought in a maintenance program so we can keep track, a better track of our equipment and repairs we're doing the equipment. I believe it was last year we opened a file for another unit and there was 2 invoices in there, and this unit was over 10 years old. So some of our history isn't there, but moving forward over the last 2 years, all of our information is there, and we're able to better identify what's been done. We are able to pull the service history of anything that's been done for warranty, either through John Deere or through Binning or through Grant. And Rocky Mountain equipment, case equipment. And we're trying to promote the good state our equipment is.
Yeah.
So
And I think that's what even the auction companies now that you go to, they ask you if you have any kind of history or maintenance program. That adds quite a bit of value to the issue, so.
Then maybe we could put in the paper, what we're taking and to what sale, so guys can go. Local residents or whatever, ratepayers can go. Try purchase it. I mean, they're doing that at the fire department now, and I think it's bringing us more money.
Yeah.
So these will be listed for auction.
Yeah, so under our equipment disposal policy, we have the ability either to do a in-house tender. We have had success on some of our small units through GovBiz. The fire department's been using that on a lot of the older equipment. Auction houses, we have used consignment as well. The big spring auction sale for Richard Brothers is happening right away, so we won't hit that one. However, we did have equipment in there last year, and with the amount of equipment that went in, we saw lower prices for our equipment. So we're waiting to see how that one does, and then there's a couple of auctions coming up here in May as well.
Here's that other guy that we used to sell the buddies. He's been having good luck selling lots of equipment to Newfoundland and stuff for bigger money than what guys are asking here. So maybe he might be a good outfit to try again.
Yeah, I actually have a meeting with them next week, I believe, to talk about what our options with them are. Different companies have different
Buyers.
they have different buyers. They also varying minimums or percentage we owe for a seller's premium. So we're trying to weigh that in and get the most out of our equipment that we can.
Hey, council's okay to sell this stuff? Any other questions? Councilor Naka?
I move that the Lamont County Council authorize administration to dispose of units 1154, 1336, 1339, 1373, and 1525.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, call the vote, all in favor? Neil, you're good?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. 7.6, 2025 road graveling program.
Mr. Reed, leads and back. Seeking your approval for the program that was initially presented in committee as a whole back on April 1st.
Yep.
So as Mr. Director Turner's said, at the April 1st council meeting, council reviews our proposed 2025 road graveling program. Starting this year, we've stockpiled the majority of our gravels required for 2025 program in locations throughout the county, specifically in Lamont, Mundare, St. Michael, and Andrew. And due to weather constraints, only 3,765 of the anticipated 20,000 tons were stockpiled in Andrew. As we are preparing to start the road graveling program with county-owned trucks, as soon as road conditions allow, the gravel will be hauled from each of the stockpile locations to the gravel roads that are in proximity of each stockpile to minimize any potential backfalls. Gravel that was left in the CLH pit will be used to gravel the roads north of Highway 45. And any gravel that remains in the CLH pits at the end of the program will be stockpiled later in the year when the road graveling program is completed. As there's been no changes to the proposed 2025 program, as there was no proposed changes from council on April 1st.
Council, any concern?
Did you start reading? You're moving?
As soon as weather allows. We are anticipating to start as early as next week for roads directly off of paved highways. And once road beds are lifted, then we will continue the program through the county. But essentially, if we can start graveling right off highways, we can get a jump on it. And only have unloaded trucks running on roads.
Any other questions or concerns?
What is that road 574 west of 170?
I have not been up there myself this spring. Hoping to get up that way next week and take a look and see what needs to be done now. The snow is melted. Hopefully everything's mostly dry. We can assess what repairs we can do and make it passable or be viable.
Yeah, I haven't been there either.
I haven't staffed up around there, but I haven't been up there myself to see it. As we've discussed with council, in the last year, we would assess it in the spring once the snow is melted and dry up to see what can happen.
So this is roughly 236 miles.
Yes, I believe this is 228 miles, and as we've done over the last 2 years, we get close to the 75% mark. We'll come back to council with any proposed additions or changes to the program. And identify any potential cost savings that could potentially increase the amount of roads that can be traveled this year.
And roughly how many tons per mile? 265, I think.
Yeah, we do, the average is 265 miles per tons per mile. On our narrow roads, we can go down to 220 tons per mile, where the roads only about 6 meters wide. And our wider roads like 580, we could be upwards of 315, 325 tons per mile. It essentially gives you the same depth gravel over the entire road surface.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion being put on the table.
The Lamont County Council approved the 2025 road graveling program as presented.
Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Is carried 5-0. 7.7, dust abatement.
Mr. Reed, council saw a presentation 2 weeks ago based on the request to consider whether we might undertake a broader use of oil in the county. Indications are this is either the time because of cost to do this. So therefore, we're bringing this forward just as a briefing on the 2025 dust abatement program, essentially staying course with your policy as it's currently written. We'll be happy to hit the highlights and answer any questions.
So for the 2025 season, we're proposing to complete all calcium chloride locations with a 2 top sprays application. As was done in 2024, the first will be applied towards the end of this month or beginning of May. And the second application will be prior to the start of harvest. So we'd be looking to start around August 1st. This method has provided cost savings of up to $2,150 per location versus the old process of full depth application once annually. As for the oil dust abatement locations, The 2020 program has been developed to assess each oil location, and determine the most suitable and cost-effective method for repair. So these methods include patching, pothole repair, rip and repack, or the location may require full reapplication of oil. Based off of the site inspections concluded by administration this spring, most of the oil locations do not require full reapplication of oil and will be better suited for rip and repack or patching or pothole repair. With the current spring conditions, we are conducting our final inspections of the oil locations, and we provide a complete list of locations with recommended repair for each location when this is brought back for council board approval. So on the two pages handed out, first is all the locations within the dust abatement policy. Blue is oil and pink is calcium. And the the second page shows all of the locations that are done over the last oil locations that are done over the last 30 years. So if there are any locations that council has concerns with that should be identified for re-oiling this year, we can take that in consideration as we complete our inspections.
On the streets and know your page.
Yep.
Oil or paved?
Oil.
This is good though,
They're good, yeah, they're good, they pack them.
because I see some of these. See 540.
Yep.
That they did just fell apart in no time lapse. Okay. I think Arliss gave some recommendations. No, because I talked to him the other day and he was asking about it. And the same thing on 534. You know, if they're gonna just put a 10 little coats, they're just wasting their time. Either you do it right or wrong. That's what happened on 540 and 534.
Dave trucks are not handy in that area.
No. Yeah, but 540 is a haul road, eh? I see there on 550, 530, on 230, on 264 in the corner there, Danny Quillers. That thing just chewed up and they never, I don't think it packed well, I don't know, but the whole corner just chewed right up. So, and I think she complained, I think she told Dave about it, Dave also said that we're not doing our job.
So we can add, we can make sure that we do a full assessment of all those ones.
Yes, please.
In that area. We, as council may recall, when we brought our drainage program forward for approval, we are intending to re-oil and star this year. That one hasn't been in a number of years. And I believe when council last reviewed the policy, 94 north of Highway 45, we'll be focusing on re-oiling in front of occupied residential locations and at 580 intersection. But the locations where there's no residents, those will be turned back to gravel.
Falling out of the old CLH pit, the 160.
Lamont County is not planning on hauling out of there. I believe they may have a small pile in there. I don't think they've done any crushing since because they've been close to finishing it off. I haven't heard anything from CLH whether they're going to haul anything out there or start any reclamation.
So are we going to do calcium on 584. To the east, to the pit.
As approved in the policy, 584 is included in the calcium. If council wants to remove that, we can bring forward the policy for amendments.
Well, let's see see if we know what's being hauled out of there.
I can look it up.
Somebody not us is hauling out of there. That could be addressed through the road use agreement rather than a change.
And also on 161 and 580, that intersection. There should be a dust control at that intersection going east. You know, we always. Nobody lives there, but it's a cattle operation, it's their base of operations, so that yard is getting all the dust there on the southeast corner of that intersection, so maybe just do see if we can do calcium there.
You want to. Oh, I know. Yeah. You said east of 161?
Yeah, right at, it's kind of hard to say, you have to use your judgment, maybe you have to go a little west of the intersection, depending how the wind go, but the yard is on the southeast corner of the intersection. Yeah.
Little off project already, but what age were we resurfacing that this year from 45 to Cindy?
We will be re-looking at it from 45 south. There's two short oil locations and one longer location. The first one off the highway.
Oh, this is 30. I said 45, it's 29.
29 north, yeah, that one, we will be chip sealing that this year. Yeah, so we'll be chip sealing from 29 up to 562.
There's a big dip at the highway.
Yeah.
I think they're into five.
That whole thing is wrong.
Is that the same Michael?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we need to lift the asphalt.
Maybe,
Yeah, because we did that, I don't know, 6 years ago.
it's longer than that.
Maybe longer than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, to preserve it and.
Yeah, so we've started to see, you know, the chip zone that was done on there previously, it has deteriorated, so it's right now we're investing in a new top surface, will prolong the life of that road. And if you leave it too long, and it's gonna get bumped up and you're spending a lot more money on crack sealing, trying to keep it from water penetrating.
What does it cost for it?
About $130,000 a mile. I'm remembering the numbers right.
Versus $1 million.
Yeah, it doesn't last nearly as long as paving, but it is very cost effective. Gets it done quickly and gives you that nice hard driving surface.
Well, it fills the cracks up at the same time, right?
That's exactly what it
Yeah.
does.
That one, 202 and the road to Silica needs to be, they need a little asphalt because with all the loads, they're gonna be falling apart, so. I don't know how much a mile it is to put the asphalt on. About 202 between 29, between 15 and 45. It's starting to fall apart. And then Silica Road paved at the same time from Highway 38 to the Silicon plant, then a mile. It's starting, they got a lot of trucks on there. For those, I need to say, Michael, when they don't get a lift soon, there's gonna be no asphalt left. Silica.
For 202, we can, it is included in the offset levies, for 204 up into Sill, we can't, it's outside of. It's outside of the offset levies bylaw, area. But there is intention within the offset levies, plan that councils reviewed last year, that 202 would get another lift of actual applied. 28, we had proposed for that based on new development.
Any other questions regarding the dust abatement program? Like there might be a couple items for the 2026 budget as far as a couple of those roads, 201, 204.
We were supposed to have a letter into the MOA, I don't know if that happened or not. Didn't we make a motion on the council to see about those 3 paved roads in the county?
Council did put in a request to the MLA last year for capital priorities. We have a meeting tomorrow morning with Bird Transportation to discuss the proposed turning lanes at Radio 201 and Highway 15. It was also sent in a letter at the direction of council in regards to the proposed repaving of Highway 855. Council requested transportation to look at the options for making safety improvements to occur.
I thought they had that on the program for next year.
That paving is slated for 2026, so our letter is asking to look at whether there's the ability to make safety improvements to the highway in conjunction with that project.
I guess at the same time, if you guys are having a meeting with them, discuss it to all the way to Andrew, to Highway 45.
The meeting tomorrow is just about the intersection improvements of 201, but I can't bring that up as well.
Yeah, like from Highway 29 all the way to Highway 45. That's all, you know, breaking up 2-way.
Which road, sorry?
855. You traveled that.
It gave her a 3/4 inch left.
Any other questions on dust abatement?
That I have still the same one, is that 163 south of Highway 16. Where the lady's complaining about
Yes, and the direction from council was to discuss with her later in the year when it gets closer to with options for either the county's estimating program, or if she doesn't go with that, we will provide her with contact information or that could assist her with that, or we were sort of planning there in July.
yeah. But she said what you call it, feeding vehicles, like going by there, and I can attest to her. There's a large farmer that's using that road continuously. So I just stopped to see her this and see what the problem is. I talked to Derek. He said he'll try to monitor it, but you know, you can't monitor them because The day that you're sitting there, there's not a vehicle, and they said, you just drove it, then they're fine. Dave, that's it for me, thank you.
I will put the motion on the table that Lamont County Council accept the report on the 2025 dust abatement program as information. Questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all in favor? Well, it's carried by 0. Item 7.8, shoulder pool program.
You're getting lots of maps today.
Just one each? Yeah.
Don't ask you to make more.
No,
The report reflects the plan for 2025, which every indication is was part of the approved budget. Mr. Deeds is laying out the next number of years for your information and consideration.
So as council's aware, for 2024, we've started a shoulder pole on Township Road 580 west of Highway 55. Due to the timing of the work, only the first 600 meters were completed. Over the winter, we worked with our 8 patrol grader operators to identify sections of gravel road that graded to the point where a shoulder pole is wanted. We reviewed what the operators provided. It was found that there was also sections of gravel road that were included methods of repair such as clay cap or base stabilization in conjunction with the shoulder pole. So for 2025, we're proposing to continue the shoulder pole on 580 where we left off at Range Road 174, continue west. And then start on Range 164 from Highway 45 north. This would be approximately 6 miles for 2025. For 2026 through 2028, we have to close 5 miles per year. Starting in 2026, Range Road 183 North Highway 16, Township Road 534 from Range Road 181 to 182. And Range Road 184, 1 mile south of Highway 29 to 1 mile north of Township Road 550, which is 2 miles. In 2027, we're proposing 2 miles starting on Highway 45 south on Range Road 174 and Township Road 564 from Range Road 170 to 173. For 2028, we've got Township Road 520 from Range Road 163 to 162, Township Road 522 from 163 to 164, Range Road 170, first mile north of Highway 16, which would leave off where we stopped with the NG30 permit from 2023. Township Road 540, the first mile east of Highway 855. And then same road, jump a mile and from 162 to 163. In 2029, we haven't put in any projects, but what we will do over the next couple of years is investigate options for the other roads that were identified. Those are shown in pink. Each road is going to need something other than a shoulder pole. We just don't know what the right option is for each of those roads yet, and whether council has an appetite for minor road rebuilding or clay capping.
Road 540. You jump 1 mile there, maybe 3.
In discussion with the operator, the mile between 164 and 163 is in good shape. First mile of the highway, they're seeing the shoulders blow out, and same with the next mile. That mile in the middle, they don't have any concerns with it. So to do a shoulder pull on road that doesn't need it, we felt that by skipping them out, doing the next one, we're getting to the locations.
But you got 3 years down the line.
And if council wants to provide input or changes to the program, that's why we bring it forward for council to review before we bring a final approach.
So, 580 last year, what happened there that? Guys, live up there complaining that the road is really narrow now.
So that road was originally built to a 10-meter completed gravel surface with a proposed 9-meter, 9.5-meter paved structure later in the future. Obviously, the county's never paved it. Over the years, with the amount of grain traffic, heavy haul traffic on there, the shoulders have pushed out. We got it back to the 10-meter design width. We did start later in the year to try and work around the fall harvest. Unfortunately, we didn't get enough time to get in there and get the work done for the cold weather set in. The first half mile off the highway was very much. We had to do a lot of drying out. So we're hoping to get in there this spring, start working on it. Once that's completed, we'll shut down the shoulder pole and then work on our oil dust abatement program. Once that's completed, then we'll start in August on Raider 164.
Portion they did the shoulder pool was a lot narrower than 10 meters to me. At most, it's really narrow, 7.5 meters.
Yeah.
It's not,
Right.
yeah, it's, they made a regular. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
10 meters, that's for sure.
The guy said it, they narrowed it right off. He said it's like the old road used to be before they rebuilt it. They made it really, really narrow.
My 22-foot swather covers the whole road, so that could be about 7 meters, so. I think you gotta be very careful because
Eventually, we do want that road paved. Maybe not in our lifetime. That was funded by the federal government, province and the county, I think. So we don't want to be widening the road when we have to go pave it or anything, so. Just maybe get somebody out there with a.
No, we can do it.
That road was built by the grading.
Well, there's a problem.
Yeah, that one, and so was 540. And that was, both of them were to be paved eventually, but
Well, 540 real narrow.
yeah, no, that's fine. I know what you call, the Foster brothers, they did the first 2 miles from the boundary. But that's already maybe 5 years ago.
Have you been on that road, Neil? Or why would you say it is?
That's
Maximum 8 years.
Yeah, it's not. The guys at Pony said they'd take a drive out there. It's, some guys are saying it's what they started out with, they rebuilt it widening. Yeah. Narrow country road.
Very great, that's what it was.
Very green, so
Yeah. The road to connect Sandy Bridge was that the bridge. That's straight across and. In case there was trouble on the bridges, they could reroute traffic.
well, and I don't know, there's a couple million tons of gravel went down that road too, so.
I think to the west of there it's not too bad, but that from 180 to the highway is pretty. Okay, any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept this information. I move that Lamont County Council accept the report on the 2025 shoulder program as information. Questions or concerns? Debate, seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Sorry, you get a break. 7.9, Community Peace Officer Vehicle.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, well, This, is a, part of the fleet that is scheduled for replacement in 2025. It was approved on December 10th as part of your approval of the budget. It was approved at a one-time cost of $125,000. We have been able to secure one for $121,391 fully outfitted. Maybe some minor modification or fluctuation during the US dollar rates for some of the enhancements like the camera. The reason this is coming to you as a briefing note is because well, we did go out and get 3 quotes, got one good one. This did not come before council for approval, as is the requirement for your procurement policy. Any piece of rolling fleet over $1, it's supposed to come here for approval. Quite simply, it was an oversight, and bringing this report to you just to let you know, so that you are aware. At the same time, the behind the scene process in terms of going out to get 3 quotes and pursuing acquisition in accordance with the approved budget did occur. We are awaiting delivery from the dealership, and when that happens, then we will put the current peace officer vehicle out to auction. There is some demand for equipped vehicles, and that'll be returned to the equipment reserve. So the net cost of the vehicle is less than the $121,000. So just a request that you receive it as information, and certainly we have broader awareness that every piece of rolling fleet needs to come to the chamber for approval.
What brand did we buy?
I believe it's GM.
Is it GM or?
I would say it's sort of because on page 166, it says, current equipment can be moved directly from one vehicle to the other without worry of proper fit compatibility.
Yeah, it is not over the. I believe that was.
You move too much stuff, we're not gonna get nothing for the old truck.
We are actually replacing the camera with a more up-to-date camera. For the most part, it will be in very saleable condition.
Any other questions? If not, to motion to accept his information.
I move that Lamont County Council accept the report on the community peace officers vehicle recruitment as information.
Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? It's carried 5-0. 7.10, County of Minburn, number 27.
Council may recall that we undertake intermunicipal subdivision development of fuel board services on behalf of the 5 towns and villages within Lamont County. There are some updates to that agreement that now is a timely opportunity to make. We have also been asked by the County of Minburn whether we would enter into a similar agreement with them. Benoit will take you through some of the specifics.
For council in 2019, Lamont County established the municipal subdivision development appeal board. And by bylaw and entered into the subdivision and development appeal board agreement with towns of Lamont, Bruderheim, and Lander, as well as the villages of Andrew and Chippewa. On March 31st, 2025, administration received a letter from the county of Minburn, CAO, which is attached to this report on page 178. With a request to enter into an ICAB agreement. There have been some legislative changes that have been made by the province since 2019, since this agreement was originally set up. And Lamont County's Planning and Community Services Department and Legislative Services Department have already talked about making updates to this agreement for everybody participating. Since the inception of the agreement, Lamont County has provided the ISBAB clerk who organizes the hearing and is responsible for gathering trained and appointing board members, as well as communicating with the appellant and the appellant's agent if that is given, and has to give notice to the landowners, to the landowners of the property question. Also, the clerk compiles the agenda package, provides assistance to all attendees of the hearing, assists board members after the hearing, and publishes the decision. Board members are paid according to Lamont County's per diem remuneration of public board members and committee members. And this cost is sometimes carried by, or is carried by the municipality that this hearing is referring to. So it could be a town or a village that will cover the costs for the board members. Lamont County had two hearings in 2024. One of them was an appeal to the town of Bruderheim. And this year, the Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board heard two appeals, both from appellants within Lamont County. The organization of any subdivision and development appeal board hearing takes a considerable amount of time. The clerks are obliged to follow legislative requirements. And currently, Lamont County has two certified subdivision development appeal boards. Interested individuals residing in municipalities, including in the agreement, can apply to become members of the municipal subdivision and appeal board. Members required to take a training, which is online currently only, and make themselves available to serve the board for hearings whenever possible. The financial impact of this is that expenses for board members are paid by the responsible municipality, as already said, as part of the current agreement. Just as stakeholder information here, the Intermunicipal Subdivision Development Appeal Board hears appeals from decisions of municipal authorities about subdivision and development. As such, they shape the community and have permanent effects on the lives of the landowners and residents. The ISBAB operates as independent and impartial tribunal. The subdivision authority processes subdivision applications and can refuse or approve them with or without conditions. Same is for the development authority of each individual municipality. They approve or refuse development permits, which is could then be dealt with in the ISBAB. Council members are part of the Municipal Planning Commission currently, and part on their decisions. The decisions of the FPC can be appealed to the ISBAB. The alternative here is council may choose to accept the chief of administrative officer's letter of the county of Midburn as information. Or may choose to update the agreement and include the county of Midburn. Or may choose to not do anything.
Christiane? Any questions? So our intermunicipal agreements, are they part of our ICFs?
No, that's a separate.
This one is.
So if we do join them, our cost may be the secretary, or can we charge Midburn for staff's time?
We could,
We do.
we do currently at, on the hours that are.
My biggest concern is if we were to have a deluge of these, then our legislative officer and returning officer is under more pressure. We do have a second clerk, so we do have the opportunity to pass it off. However, what was my however? Yeah, right. Our second clerk can only deal with the other municipalities because her day job is dealing with our planning and development. There has to be separation between planning and development and the subdivision development review process.
But we've only had two in the last,
We don't anticipate it.
and not that we're gonna get a flood of rain. Hey, what does council think? You good neighbors here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Move the Lamont County Council direct administration to update the intermunicipal subdivision and development appeal board agreement for all participating municipalities and bring forward the updated agreement to council at a future council meeting.
Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And I'll make the motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to enter into a subdivision and development appeal board agreement with the county of Midburn. Questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. 7.11, Village of Chipman contribution for Bridge 1127 replacement.
Mr. Reed, at the April 1st meeting, council heard an update from the Village of Chipman and their engineer. And council directed us to bring forward an RFP so that you could consider their ongoing request. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Tarnowski. So yes, this project has been brought back on schedule. Council had discussions about where may the appropriate place to take the funds from for this project. This would be considered an operating grant from Lamont County to the Village of Chipman, as the asset does not belong to the county and cannot be capitalized. So and operating a reserve where it would be appropriate to take those funds from was discussed previously with council. And the discussion was that it would be appropriate to take that from the aggregate gravel levy. And just for council's reference, on page 140, there is the balance there. The balance in that fund right now is $2 million. $2,091,279. And so there is a motion, a recommended motion that Lamont County approve funding of $360,000 to the village of Chipman upon completion of the construction of Bridge 1127 to be funded from the aggregate levy reserve.
Did we ever get, when the delegation was here last meeting, they indicated that they would be getting confirmation as to what the costs are?
We have not received costs yet on that, so. I believe that was to be posted on APC.
They were anticipating to post by April 15th, but we haven't been contacted back yet.
Believe me, engineer indicated they believe that there was not going to be a significant increase in cost. I think council's decision is do you remain committed, do you remain committed to the portion.
And just the wording of the motion is upon completion of the construction, so that is a little bit of that proviso that the work has to get done before the funds will be released to the village.
Well, what is the cost of that bridge?
Don't know yet.
The estimate is still a million two, or 1,119,000.
Yeah,
Or
this,
they breaking it down?
this is they estimated that it would go back to the original costs. This is the part that the province is not funding that the village would have to pay. So, the village, this is the village contribution.
360 times 4 is
1.44 million. I think that's kind of where the original ballpark was at. What figure was that?
Misunderstood here. 360,000 is our portion.
Yes, so
That is the portion that.
the village, that because the bridge is within the village of Chittenden,
Right.
so it's a village of Chittenden asset.
Right.
They have applied for STIP funding.
Yeah.
Received 75% of the funding as normal for STIP. The remaining 25%, which the village needs to cover, is this $360,000.
Okay, so we're covering for this.
We're covering, so the village can't afford to pay that, so they've asked the county to cover their portion.
But they're getting the 3/4 of the.
That's correct.
So because we don't know the cost, can we put to a maximum of $360,000? Or 25% of the cost, whichever is less.
25% is not accurate. You'll see on page 180 that in May of 2023, council committed to contributing 360,000 to the village of Chittenden, or 80% of the village of Chittenden's share. So the village of Chittenden's share is 100%. 360 represents 80% of the municipal share. I think up to a maximum is implied when you approve 360.
Even my concern is whether that bridge only comes back at 1.2 million.
Right, we get there.
Yeah, we'll do that restart. They didn't give us a price because then it's going out for bid and I would have thrown, guys might be bidding cheaper and if they throw a price of $2 million, then, or whatever it is, that's why they didn't give us any price. And it makes sense. Because then it's what they're expecting to pay if somebody's bidding lower.
Also, the date will.
You could go back to 80% of the municipal portion to a maximum of 360,000 if you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
At least you have some protection.
So that water for life grant, we could still get 252,000 out of it?
No, no, they've used that for other STIP funding. Yeah, because the project was delayed, the province reallocated it.
Actually, I would like to use similar to resolution 2023-311.
That's right.
On 180, 23, or 311. There you go. But we don't have the water for life, that's all.
Yeah, so move
The
the
Lamont
words.
County Council contributes 360 to the village achievement,
Or
80% off.
360 or 80%. If 80% is larger than 360, then you're in trouble.
Yes. Up to.
If I may, if council were to word it as the Lamont County Council contribute 80% of the village of Chipman share up to 360,000.
Motion, trust.
Yeah. Actually good that we're getting this going, because this is gonna cost us more if we don't. Some of our 550 road is being utilized a lot more. Especially since the bridge on 184 or 183 is also open, so. A lot more road usage on 550 than we normally do.
Well, you said that the water for Lake Grant is no longer.
It's no longer.
This would just be directly on the aggregate, though.
That's correct.
The Lamont County Council approved 80% of the village of Chipman share to a maximum of $360,000 upon completion of the construction of Bridge 1127 to be funded from the aggregate levy reserve.
D. Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item 7.12. Request from Andrew Rural Academy.
Mr. Reeve, there's a public part of this item and if required, there can be a closed session portion as requested by the Andrew Rural Academy people. They've indicated that some aspects ought to be in closed session because they're finding that the education market is becoming very competitive. They are competing for students. So the recommendation is in keeping with what we understand to be the direction from council based on earlier discussion that Lamont County award $50,000 grant to the Rural Andrew Academy funded from the unrestricted reserve. So council will recall that on January 14th, representatives from the Andrew Rural Academy came to visit council. On June 28th, council elected to hold off responding to their funding request until such a time as the province awarded the charter. The province provided a conditional approval back on May 5th. This was presented to council on March 11th, and at that time, council again requested the representatives of the Andrew Rural Academy return to council to provide information regarding enrollments and progress against requirements in the ministerial letter. The delegation appeared at your last council meeting on April 1st, providing information There is an attached PowerPoint which you saw on April 1st. This time you are also seeing the talk notes that were used by the presenters. During unrelated financial discussions, council requested the following additional information. Responses to these questions are reflected in general in the RFD. Other elements will be addressed in closed session at the request, not at the result, okay, at the request of the Andrew Rural Academy. So council wanted to know about proposed uses for the $50,000 seed money requested from Lamont County. In general terms, staffing, so a project management support secretary, teacher, and benefits. I received an email this morning from Mr. Zabrick. They have now hired a superintendent effective May 1st. Another general area of using these funds is furniture. Third, IT hardware and software, Chromebooks, laptops, monitors and peripherals, Wi-Fi. Job posting for recruitment, communications and marketing, primarily dealing with awareness of school, attraction, fundraising campaign. And there is more information that I can provide in closed session. Council also asked the pro forma or draft budget overall, including revenue sources beyond the province of Lamont County. At the request of the Andrew Rural Academy, there is a draft budget for April, June that is available in the closed session. While there is a line in the budget for fundraising and sponsorships income, there are no other revenue sources identified. Number 3, some specifics, including salaries of superintendent and secretary general. And again, at the request of the Andrew Rural Academy, this information will be presented in closed session. And number 4, during the second delegation, council believed references were made regarding the number of prospective students that reside in Lamont County. So the attached presentation with the speaking notes doesn't make any specific mention of numbers. And at the request of the Andrew Rural Academy and due to the competitiveness of school enrollments, this is information that I can provide in closed session. The report goes on to show that earlier in the process, a number of alternative approaches to funding the Rural Academy were presented and discussed. Those are shown at the bottom of page 183 in the alternatives. However, indications directionally are that council believes that this, if you decide to fund this, this could be funded by the unrestricted reserve. The PowerPoint presentation is from page 185 to 193, and there is no specific mention of the number of students from families that reside in Lamont County. However, Mr. Zabrick has provided this information right here. And it goes to
If you want to see that, some of that information, we have to go to cabinet. Have a motion to go into closed session. County Council into a closed session at 11:54 a.m. Section 17. Disclosure harmful to personal privacy act. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried.
Microphone are on. Microphone. Recording starting.
All right, coming out of closed session, we'll reconvene the, April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting at, 12:56. Coming out of closed session, there's one item we have to, deal with, and that's, to put forward a motion regarding a request from the Andrew Rural Academy. And I believe Christiane has a motion on the board there. If somebody want to put that motion on the table, right?
I move that Lamont County Council award a one-time $50,000 grant to the Rural Andrew Academy, funded from the unrestricted reserve.
Council okay with the motion, the way it's worded? No, you're okay? Yeah. All right, any further questions or concerns regarding the motion? Further debate? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. All those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, council. Okay, now we're gonna go back to item number 5 on our agenda, which is our delegation. And today we have Darren Gramlich from Rubalite Energy Incorporated. Darren, if you wanna take the table here. We'll give you 10 or 15 minutes to make your spiel, and then if council has any questions for you.
Okay.
We can try and get her.
Sounds good. Just want to first and foremost, thank you guys for allowing me to come in and talk to you today. We, I can't speak on behalf of Spur, although we've had some conversations with them. We want to work with the county in capacity in connection with our operations. We were taken back by the determination or notice came out of putting the 75% road bans on through spring breakup. We were caught off guard by that. We were not notified by anyone. It was by chance that I stumbled across it. Only because I had my foreman out there ask for the road use agreement, which I sent it off to him because we got a new trucking company in place. We just signed new contracts for all super vehicles. And I just, out of courtesy, I followed up Corey and said, hey, just want to touch base. And he's the one that told me just through email. Oh, as a matter of fact, we've actually changed this. So we were completely caught off guard. And we thought that was really not acceptable. In turn, I know you guys reversed that. But wanted to come here today to say that we don't want to see be going through this next year again or the year after. We, from day one, have any roads that we've gone on to as part of our operations. We have approved the roads. We've put culverts in the roads. We've added gravel. We've put material on to make those roads drastically different for our operations. And it's actually got, positive impact for the farmer and other people out there as well. We know the farmers are still hauling heavy loads. We know the gravel trucks are still hauling heavy loads. We have signed a road use agreement with the county since inception of being out there, and we've honored that. Anytime that we've been called upon to do some grading and graveling, we haven't done it ourselves. We're doing that. And we've worked together with Spur on a couple of different roads to do that jointly. Definitely, anytime that's called on us, we do the dust control of the residents along our access roads. We'll just talk to Dave a little bit before. Our taxes out here is for 2024 is $225,000. we actually have a new pad planned a little further east of where we are. And in the condition that the industry is in right now, we're contemplating whether we're gonna do that pad, if this is what's gonna happen again in 2026 or 2027. Because we can't justify hauling partial loads at any time. And again, just to remind you, we've always honored our commitment under the road use, we've always posted a bond, and we've always followed up. When we, again, with the wells, they come on at a high rate and they just fall off and then they'll flatten. So where we first started with those wells, maybe a load or two a day the first year max. We're at now off of all our pads and we've got 6 pads out there. There's 8 Super Bs a week that we haul out. That's not from one pad, that's just combined, all the pads all together. And there's 4 triaxles a week of water. So we know for certain that big farmers out here and the gravel haulers are certainly a higher impact to all the roads. Shouldn't say all the roads, but you know, wherever they're farming from, or wherever the gravel's coming from, there's more of an impact. That in a nutshell, it's just, we just wanted to understand from the county that we want to be aligned, we want to honor that road use, we want the county to honor that road use, and we're together on this. I'm sure if there's any questions or.
Do you transfer oil to your batteries like from other wells, or they're all on the same path, so?
So any production, we could have anywhere from 3 to say 5 wells on a pad out here.
Yeah.
And whatever's produced from those wells into the tanks, we haul out.
So it goes straight to market from there?
Straight to
Okay.
harvest.
So you're not gathering at a battery and then hauling out, okay?
No, none of this oil is, I mean, the preference would be to pipeline it, but it's too heavy. It's too viscous, we can't pipeline it. So we have to haul it. We don't have any centralization back.
How many years have you been in the county?
I believe it's around year 4. Yeah. And as I said, we've got another pad line a little to the east. For 3 wells for sure, possibly 4. It's off a different rainfall than we're on right now. That had the gates we're on right now, I should say.
How many miles are under your road use agreement?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm just gonna go off rough calculation. I'm gonna say probably around 15 miles combined. I'd have to confirm that. Yes, I'll let you know.
Can you look that up, Darby? Darby might be able to look that up. So your bond is about 150,000 right now.
It's sorry. That answers the question. We're around 12. The bond right now 115,000.
Because we do have after we got a phone call, I don't think I heard from you, I heard from Brent though, from Spur Resources. In regards to the road bans and the changes that council had made there. So in response to that, we've allowed Spur and yourselves to haul 100%. But we're looking for a double bond, right? And that double bond is only while the road bans are on. So if you wanted to put it on for a couple months during the springtime and then turn around and take off and recoup the cash, or if you wanted to, a letter of credit really doesn't impact your cash flow, so you can take out a letter of credit and kind of year round or whatever. I'm not too sure where the company sits that way, but that's kind of how we made the solution for the time being. Ironically, road use agreements is one of the agenda items we have here, so we will be re-looking at those.
Okay.
Road use agreements are kind of a strange animal, and you're certainly right. You can have a gravel contractor have a road use agreement, and he's hauling 150 or 200 loads a day down that road, right? Based on what you're saying, you basically got on an average, maybe 1.5 trucks a day utilizing these roads, right?
Yes.
So you're certainly right in the inequity between a contractor and a gravel contractor and what you guys are doing. So yeah, I know that there's different areas we're looking at in regards to making changes to the road use agreement.
Yeah.
I guess my question to you would be, with the minimal load you're hauling, what changes would you like to see to the road use agreement?
We're absolutely fine with the road use agreement as it is, to be honest with you. We have actually posted a letter of credit and we have posted the double bond. We've done that from day one. So we never blocked that in. We've continued with that under the understanding that's how Lamont County operates. I don't want to get into comparing, but we don't post a bond with any other counties that we operate with. And that's neither here nor there, but I'm just giving you a comparison. And all we do is we work. I get a phone call from Smoky Lake. Darren, can you put a grader on this road? It's been inclement weather. Yeah, we'll do that. Darren, can you help me out with calcium? They work together with us on calcium. And similarly, if it's been roughed up too much and it needs to go brush up on the gravel, we do that as well. So we've never posted bond with them or any of the other counties. And I asked for the same question. They don't do that. And again, I'm not trying to pull that off the table and say, let's not do that. We're just trying to say, respect the road use agreement from our perspective. We're happy to do that. We're happy to post bond. We're happy to post that letter of credit. It's never been an issue for us. To sit here and say that, you know, the farmers, they're the ratepayers, they're the, you know, we understand where that comes from. So we're not gonna lock horns with you guys on that. We're invested into the community with our operations without being able to get onto these farmers' lands. We're not able to do our business. So we want to be mindful of the landowners and the county alike.
Well, and at the end of the day, I think by having you and Spur in that area, those roads were not in the greatest of a condition to begin with when you guys first moved out there. So I know that they're in a lot better shape now than what they were years before, right?
Yeah.
You have a contractor to grade for you?
Yeah, there's we got a couple different contractors. I think it's someone that Spur uses that's handled all through the operations side. And they'll grade the roads when we need it, they'll grade our leases when we need it. So following that sort of thing. Our main objective is that we're comfortable with the road use. We just don't want to be squaring off with this next year. And I appreciate that you guys are reading it. I want to give you feedback, not to say another county is better than Lamont County or anything like that. Is to say this is the road. We are not restricted to 75% bands. And we posted signs up there. We had a lot of conversations with residents. If somebody, one of the biggest problems with this day and age is you give somebody a location, but that's okay. We give them all banners. And that wasn't working for a trucking company. So we ended up putting signs up there. No good light truck traffic at this point. Our designated haul routes. That's what we stick to. Do we make mistakes? Absolutely. Yes. But we're always going to be there to remedy it.
Everybody does.
Yeah, I haven't had any complaints from any ratepayers or anything regarding what you guys are doing out there, so that part is all good. Yeah. You rural light as good corporate citizens. And I'm not too sure when we decided not to allow full loads for people with road use agreements, I guess maybe we weren't really thinking what the consequences would be to the oil companies. Do you haul within the 7 to 7 or do you vary from those hours?
What we try to do, especially in the springtime, is haul with the conditions that are a little more firm. And we're able to, what we always do is watch the weather and see if there's inclement weather coming up. We will get those out before that as well. It's just, we don't want to be putting any, you know, our OpEx is here, but our production is dropping. So that doesn't look good on us. So we want to be able to navigate that and mitigate the expenses out of that. We don't want to be putting more money to our roads or our leases or the county roads that have to. So that's how we measure it. Even to go back a couple of years, just a little feedback, when we were looking to move a drilling rig in, the weather did not look good. And there's that location just south of the highway, 1235, just 200 meters off the road. We were asked, can you delay the drilling operation because of that? We said, sure we can. Just to avoid that cell that came through. And, you know, it's not ideal for us, but again, we want to count on that. Once we start going, it's hard for us to stop. So we wanted to do the best we can up front. And then when you get into the middle of it, you just got to hunker down and deal with it the best that you can at the same time.
I'm not sure if you were around in 2020 when your location on 183 just north of 45 is kind of like the water there.
I call that our offshore well. That was a miserable location. But you know, that's geology driven. Geology looks at a map on a table, everything's flat. And they look at everything else that is part of that. And I say, no, can't do it because of this, that, or another. But we want to do all these directional wells, and we can do these directional wells, horizontal wells, I should say, by centralizing a location. So sometimes we have to take the worst case scenario to optimize the drilling. And yes, that was probably one of the worst years you guys have had for wet. And we faced off in that thing. My budget on the construction was double the budget that it should have been. So my CEO was not happy.
Any other questions for Eric? So in summary, you're okay with the double bond?
Yeah.
Okay. And in regards to hours of operation, I think right now your road use agreement limits you from 7 to 7. Would you be in the springtime? Would you vary like hauling in the middle of the night or whatever to haul on a frozen road, or is that just not?
Yeah, no, we're willing to accommodate anything that's going to work for the community and for the county.
You mentioned that you look at the weather before you set home.
Well, especially if in the springtime when it's raining, we're gonna really monitor that. Summertime too, with the rains. The wintertime doesn't impact anybody, but those 2 seasons through the spring and summer, we have to really be cognizant of that.
I know we try to always first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. It only makes sense.
Even in the summer, I hauled oil in the late 70s. You watch the weather, there was a big rainstorm coming. We worked till 3, 4 in the morning, get all the tanks empty. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Yeah.
Could that be another option we could look at as variable hours, weather conditions? During this time or whatever.
It's all about communication. You know, when we started out was working with Darren. More recently it's with Corey. And to me, it's all about communication in all of our operations. How are we I'm in Calgary, our operators are up here. I'll get a phone call from Derek and Corey. From time to time is valuable information that allows us to function properly as well.
And there is no warning of the road bands coming on, just the sign but foot.
With that,
in regards to the road bands, your contractors found out when they saw the 75% on the post, or
Not even that, it was honestly through myself, and that was only because my foreman out there asked for the road use because he wanted to give it to the new trucking company. And I said, yeah, we're good to go, but I just, whatever inside of me said, I'm gonna drop Corey a note and just say, hey, still alive here, still kicking, we're continuing on, as per the road use agreement. From last spring, and he just dropped a line saying, no, it's been voted and changed. So that was the discouraging part, that there was no notification. Looking at the agreement, didn't see where that could be changed without some sort of discussion. There's a 30-day notice of terminating the agreement, but I didn't see anything that could change it like that. So it was, we respectfully honored. I talked to Peter about it a little bit. And Corey a couple times, respectfully honored it, but also wanted to get in your chambers here, and thank you again for that, just to give our feedback to it as to what we're trying to accomplish and how we want to be fairly treated as well, just respectfully, like you guys want to be fairly treated.
You guys have a business to run just like we run the county's business, and nobody needs to lose out because of just a misunderstanding. I think in what our road ban was.
Yeah.
Like we're saying is, you guys got kind of categorized with the guys that are the 300 loads in a week, I think, where you guys are just minimal loads.
Yeah.
And that's where it overlooked.
Yeah.
So.
And there is times, I will say that when we're drilling, like if we go to drill this other pad, there's 3 wells there. That is 6 weeks ago. So we would have, on average for every drill, that's probably 50 loads. Now that's spread out over, could have a couple days here where it's more, a break, a pause, and then a couple days more where it increases. But there again, what we always do is watch the radar, because if we need to bring in cement or we need to bring in some tubing, let's bring that in advance. But what we're also doing in conjunction with that is we would have a grader sitting there on standby, so that if you got some inclement weather, dries up, you can have a grader tidying that up right away. We do that in other operations, in other fields as well. It's just recognizing that we can't leave a mess of the roads for the community. And if you don't stay on top of them, you lose the roads. You alluded to it, the roads that when we came onto them, the topsoil was boiling through right away, so we had to put a new cap on that. It's just all the things that are part of our business. And when I raise an AFE for construction, I factor in what we need to do in this county, what we need to do for the road improvements. I'd have conversations with Corey about that, like I did in the past with Corey and Eric, saying, here's what I feel we need to do with the road. Corey more recently said, yeah, I'm good with that. Let's try that. Working together on it. We're not going to go out there and do that without having that direct communication and conversation with the powers that be.
No, from Lamont County's perspective, we appreciate you deciding to locate part of your business here, and if there is anything else, tax revenue is always appreciated. So that part is good. Hopefully the price of oil gets sorted out here, because it's kind of been on a yo-yo the last little while.
It's amazing what one man can do.
But hopefully it improves so that there is a positive final investment decision to build that new pad further to the east there. That would be great. I think be good.
Yeah, and if that one's successful, there could be a couple more as well.
Yep.
Respectfully, all we're looking for is hopefully we can maintain the road use as is, stay in the communication.
I think it's more communication than anything.
For sure.
It's going to be helpful in our discussion later on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So council want to accept the presentation from Rubelite Energy Inc. as information. Sure.
Motion of the Lamont County Council accept the presentation from Rubelite Energy Inc. there in Greenwich regarding road bans as information. Very comfortable with that.
So Darby, they had a double bond before, or they just doubled it after we?
So Rubelite, provided a double bond in 2023. That was carried forward into 24, and still, we're still holding that in 2025. We did confirm with them at the last council meeting. We started up the bond for Rubelite, and holding it 100%.
Great, so we have a motion on the table. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, I guess we are down to the well, action report 713.
Yes, Mr. Reed, we start on page 195. We continue to work through the directives of council. We have had to manage when certain things are coming forward based on priorities. Obviously, the financial, budgetary, tax rate matters needed to take precedence. We've pushed a number of items to April 29th. So this report reflects some of those things that I have to wait a couple of weeks based on capacity and reasonable life of council meeting. A lot of pretty strong sense from council 2 weeks ago, we didn't want another 12-month council. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you've got, please reference the item number in the left column.
If you got any questions? Looking for a number.
Right. Just looking for the number. I got a question for you that can be for Darby. Number 10, that approach you're doing 530 in each of the quote.
Yes. Yep, we had another meeting with Laco. We found a suitable location that works for them, that we can agree to. Okay.
Good. No, the only reason why I asked about it now is because I noticed that you guys are planning a shoulder pull in the future for it. That's all, right in that corner.
So what, tell us which one you're looking for.
I'm looking for the high water station. We're 3 weeks away from spraying season. What's happening with that pump?
So as discussed previously, that is a capital project on this list. We haven't been a report to this council meeting, but Mr. Jones said there's something to get back. We are working on it, and we'll have a full report at the next meeting.
the time we get the report, got to be spraying, it's going on the whole year already, you guys, come on. We get guys spraying and fire, and we get a fire season. We'll be caught with our pants down and it's been going on for a long time.
Did we ever do a flow rate on that? Out there?
The Heartland Water Station, the original design flow was 72.5 liters a second. Our tests last year were around 17 to 17.4, depending on the day, and the demand on the rest of the system. We did do another test 2 weeks ago. We were down to 14.4 liters a second. We have had the rest of the system. We also tested building shipments the same day, around 20 liters a second.
Shipments 22.
The 20.1 or 20.2.
We got a company that fills in Fort Saskatchewan here in Chipman, and we're the slowest out of the whole works. It used to be, we've been buying water here from day one. It used to be quick in the 4-inch. And it's slowed down, and I don't know what they changed in there, but whatever they changed.
You say you tested this one and it's down to 14.
We were down to 14.4 with high demand on the rest of the system.
Sorry, what was the design?
The design was 17.5, and we see averages between 17 and 17.4 on our steel system that's in use.
But 17 liters per second, that's 224 gallons a minute. Which is probably the same as what Andrew is. But I think Andrew's a 3-inch one. This one's a 4-inch one.
Yeah, spraying season, it gets a lineup. Some guys they'll drive to Chipman and get water, they can get back to the field. We're losing on that. It used to be fast. We're gonna have fire season, we're gonna have spraying season, and
Is it the pump?
So we have 3 vertical turbine pumps, all working in tandem. When we got one will have this lead, then the other 2 are lagged, and the demand increases, then the second will begin, and then the third is required. In 2024, we were working to put in a standalone pump just for the truck fill. We had some issues with that. So we're working to try and complete that work. We have had some issues with the how to properly install the pump, because it was not built to handle a submersible pump in the location we need to put it in. Whether a submersible pump is a better option or not, we've talked to Strathcona County, we've talked to one of our contractors, and we've also talked to the Village of Chipman. They have a submersible pump dedicated for their 4-inch truck fill and puts up 20 liters a second.
That's Chipman?
Yes.
Yeah, because they have no problem there whatsoever.
Okay, any other questions? No.
So what's latest on that stop work order?
So as I recall, the challenge that we're facing, if we're talking about the same one, is that Alberta Environment is not prepared to sign off on the solution until both landowners are,
Not accepted an application.
will not accept an application until both landowners are in consensus. And unfortunately, the landowner who is not the one subject to the stop order is not in agreement.
We do not have agreement between the landowners, and that's what we're trying to get. So it's still, we're still working on it.
Other questions? Okay, I make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for April 15th, 2025 as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried 5-0. 7:14, dust storm, Neil.
On Thursday, I started getting calls. There was strong winds coming. Strong winds coming. I was getting concerns on the sand piles that silica there is still at the sill plant. I know they brought them down halfway and they put a screen up. So on Friday, I went for a drive out there twice. And in the meantime, I was getting calls from people that are traveling traveling down the highway and saying the dust was unreal all the way back at the highway a mile and probably a good mile from the plant. I went out there around 2:30, and there was a big dust storm off the sand piles and in between, and then 6:30 the wind got stronger and it was unreal. You couldn't even see that big wind fence, snow fence, whatever, that big black fence. It's 30 feet in the air or whatever it is. Something's got to get done. There's new owners on the quarter land right across Highway 38 and 203. They just moved in from Calgary and the dust was blowing all the way to there. So I'm pretty sure as soon as they get my number, I'll be getting calls from them too. But something's got to get done when there's these big high wind days. They got to water the piles down or something's got to happen there.
Derek around.
Or he may be,
We sent him out on Friday.
oh, there is. Ronnie was asking on Friday.
Right up. Yeah, I
spoke to him. And,
So, thank you, Mr. Trustee. So yes, there was concerns that came in from a couple of concerns in regard to this. So, winds were, fairly high on, this is Friday, April 11th. Did deploy, our peace officer to go take a look at the piles. Peace officer went down the road near the neighboring property, and, observed that there was some wind, or there was wind and there was some slight movement of dust, but unsure of the reports that Councillor White has received because he took video as well as still pictures, and there was when asked what the comparison would be, is that if a farmer was cultivating their field, there would be significantly more dust than what was observed. He had his hand out the window. There was no feeling of pitting of sand and rubbing the top of his truck after it was parked. There was no grit left behind. So at that point, we did not do any additional enforcement action. And that the pictures that I got received them at 3:09 p.m. So slightly after the time that Councilor Wood says was out there.
excuse me, who went out there?
Constable Wright.
Derek went out.
In addition, I went out this morning after this was put on the agenda to make sure that I had eyes on the development myself. And I experienced similar conditions. If you drive directly west of the site and look into the sun, you can see a little bit of dust. That being said, it's very much consistent with the rest of the county. Like when you drive away from the site, it actually looks like the air quality is worse as you get closer to Lamont, just from the tilling and whatnot. I have photos that I can share if you want of Friday and of today that show it fairly clear. We do have our regular quarterly meeting on May 2nd already scheduled with Sil, and that's when we go over all the conditions that have occurred within the last 3 months with the track haul, with the site itself, and we talk about what they're doing to try to improve some of the mitigation there. This is not enforcement, this is trying to just be a better neighbor. This type of use actually in the definition says that it may not be compatible with surrounding uses. So this is going to be very difficult to change the development permit or have different types of requirements there, given that they're already a grandfather, they're already in the ground, and they're operating according to the permits that they have in place. We do try to address issues as they occur. That was a pretty significant weather event. You can see the air quality across the county is quite bad, not just at this location. And we do take that into account when we're looking at their results on the property line and comparing it to the overall air quality from the Fort Air Partnership. There's not a huge difference. So that would be really difficult to try to pinpoint the source pollution if you were getting into enforced matter. So what we're trying to do is help them be a better neighbor, help them feel confident that the capital that they're putting in place to try to address these issues, that it's good money spent. We want them to stay here, hopefully, as a business, similar to our last business that we heard. They're provide a lot of aggregate levies that we utilize today. Like, we're trying to be a good partner. Every once in a while, when conditions change, things change, and we do have a bit of an issue to try to work around. That being said, I think that there isn't anything to enforce here. I couldn't see anything different than the surrounding area. I've got it on video. We're taking notes, but there isn't anything for us to hang our hat on, like as far as trying to get change out there. And actually the piles, while they are very significant, because this is the time of year where they've been hauling everything to the site. This is the time of year that there is the most volume of material on site, because then they get into their wash season and those piles start coming down. So hopefully, but then the noise kind of starts up. So that's when we start addressing noise and we start addressing some of the additional dust just from the trucks moving around on the site and things like that. So every season there's a slightly different impact potentially to neighbors that we work through with Sil. And so we will be having our meeting in 2 weeks and we'll go over some of these constraints as well, like some of these issues that we're having. Beyond that, as your professional land use planner, I don't see anything additional that we can do other than trying to continually improve their operations on the site. I believe they do have some potential plans to change things that may involve land use bylaw amendments. So they may be coming in as a delegate to talk about some things they would like to do, but that is outside of the scope of the current land use bylaw.
So, yeah, I was out there about, I think about 3:30 or a little later. Did they change their footprint there? Because to me, it looks like the piles aren't as high. But the area that they cover is much more. They're further south to the highway. By a very big amount.
Yeah, they're completely on their land.
Well, I realize that, but if you have a stockpile that's 30 acres and then you have stockpile that's 60 acres and you've got wind blowing, That's a different.
The municipal planning commission did not put any heights on didn't put any maximum heights, any maximum tonnage, anything like that within the development permit. So they are completely operating within their development permit regulation.
Well, there is no regulations. They're operating.
They're operating under the application that they submitted. And there is no change to the development permit. They're continuing to operate. It's all the same. Like I said, the piles go up and down depending upon the season. They are significantly lower than they were 2 years ago when we were having a lot of issues. But there is no maximum tonnage on the site, and it is in the Heartland Agriculture Industrial. It's in designated industrial zone. This is the purpose for the land. So I'm not sure.
Did you, when you went there, what did you see for dust?
Well, there was dust. I thought the winds in Andrew on Saturday were worse than on Friday. But, you know, if it's your product, keep it within your boundaries, you know, is that not part of the answer?
Well,
Or you're saying that they could build every acre that they own, they could make that a stockpile for sand.
So heavy industrial means activities involved in the processing, fabrication, storage, transportation, distribution, or wholesaling of heavy industrial goods, which, in the sole opinion of the development authority, may emit a significant level of noise, smoke, dust, odor, vibration, which may not be compatible with the surrounding land use. May not be compatible. Like that is saying you don't have to keep those things on your land. It's part of the definition. And so that's something that you can't even vary. It's allowed by right on that site. And they've been there. Like they're still operating under the same definition now for several years. So other than amending the land use bylaw to start stripping away some of these abilities to have heavy industrial, which may impact some of the petrochemical and other things that we're trying to attract to the area. These are the types, sometimes there are off-site impacts and it's written right into there that that's allowed. Now we're trying to minimize that as much as possible. But what you're saying, everything has to stay on the land, is contrary to the actual definition, and this is the definition that has been in place since 2007.
One of the comments that we heard from Constable Wright,
Is Constable right around?
if you check the review.
I was asked to come here.
I'd like to know what road he was on and stuff. Got a couple questions for him.
One of his comments was that, farmer cultivating the field would result in a higher dust concern. He is not here, he is doing fire traffic duty around that, one fire.
At 226, I went down 203 where Lysics live, and that road was okay. The wind was blowing more of an angle from the north towards Highway 38. When I went on Highway 38, you couldn't see the dust vents, those big screens they got up, the dust blowing. And that dust fence to the property line, so the dust didn't all settle right there. It was going into Mrs. Brzezinski's farm. And it was coming off the dust was coming on the highway and it was blowing like crazy. 6:30, I was driving to Lamont and you can see off the hill here at 202, you can see the brown in the air, the sand going up off the piles. So I went out there again and I was getting calls from people on the highway. So I can't believe we could see it. I could see it all the way from Highway 15.
And so what would be the suggestion, I guess, because
They got product, they hauled it onto their property, keep it on their property. Water it down, whatever they gotta do, keep it on their property.
and so you're suggesting that we change the actual land use there from heavy industrial.
That's, when that plant was built in the 70s, it was called silica. Silica causes lung issues, so they changed the name to sill. So the sand is still got silica in it. The neighbors, everybody's breathing in all the way up to the highway. We got Dumas straight south, was getting sand on Friday and Saturday. I went out there twice Friday and on Saturday. the Brodas have a farm, kitty corner. They were getting sanded. Mrs. Rudvinsky's. 203 was good, but if the wind would have been more west, it wouldn't have been. You can see off the highway, all the way from Highway 15, that there's dust going.
And so it sounds like it was for a short period, because here are the photos in front of you, these are two different days, both taken from 203. I also have video from Highway 15, as well as I believe some video from 204 that I took this morning that show a minimal amount of dust, no different than the rest of the area. You can see that part of the field off of 203 was recently tilled. There's no, it's all dark material. There's no sand there. You need to be able to document at the actual time that you see something and do your stop order right then in order for it to be legal. So the chances of us finding that specific moment in time and documenting it and stop ordering and asking for some kind of remediation are very, very slim, just because of the circumstances of trying to get there. And so that's where we're trying to get ahead of it and really try to bring more compliance and try to, like I said, be a better neighbor. But beyond that, I'm not sure what else to do. If you'd like me to get legal opinions or something like that, I can try to do that from Sean. From our Reynolds.
Councilor Lewis was asking for changes in land use. That would be virtually impossible. I think what you're asking for is some sort of mitigation.
Water down the piles.
I guess as we work with them, continue to work with them, I guess we can see what they can do.
Yeah, and they do have a dedicated water truck on site. Maybe that day it wasn't working. Like until I actually have that meeting, I don't know.
It's also coming off piles. It's not coming from the road, and they cultivating to make that kind of dust. You can see it all the way from Highway 15. I think the best thing is I'll just tell them, phone Global News, go out there, then we'll get an excellent video. And then do something from there, because they got the piles, wet them down, do whatever, it's forecasting wind. I was getting calls on Thursday, that there's strong winds coming. And sure enough, on Friday, there it was. And at 2:30, 2:26, I was at the Shrine Corner, so give me 10 minutes, I went down 203. And then on Highway 38, then I'm getting calls that is blowing all the way to Highway 38. And I got up here on Tolax Hill and you can see all the brown, the sand coming out of the property. You can see it coming up in the sky. And this morning there's no wind, there's gonna be no dust.
You were up there this morning
Yep.
on the intersection of the Range Road and Highway 38. Was there sand at that intersection covering the pavement?
There was like some if you go onto 204, there's sand on the shoulder, just north of the highway. Sorry, it's 38. I think I said 15 earlier.
So when I was there
so-
on Friday,
Yeah.
there was sand all over that intersection.
No, it wasn't there this morning.
Wow, and I didn't stop to take a picture when I was there.
I feel sorry I didn't do a video.
But going furthermore to. What year was that you were out there and I were out there? There was still snow on the ground. And 2022.
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, everything was brown, the snow was brown.
Yeah, I have the photos.
I went out there too, there was 15 acres. It was all, the snow was all brown, you dig down and there was snow underneath. But here on Friday and Saturday, I really don't know what road our constable was on. But
Range Road 203. These are his photos. The first.
well, 203, I said it was nothing because the angle of the thing, Highway 38 and Jason Land, it's
So I just have a question, okay, so that was in 2007, was there a permit? Like, that was when we signed the agreement for development?
The development permit, no, there's the number of development permits on the site. 2007 is when that land use bylaw was put into place and the definition that they're operating under was adopted. I went back to see how long that definition's been in place because it does allow for offsite impacts. And it's been in place at least since 2007. I didn't go back beyond that. I didn't have the time. Yeah.
No, I was wondering, cause like, is there something that maybe we needed to change just, because if industry comes in and they're. And I'll use a comparison, if they build a little corner store.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, they build a high rise. There's gotta be different restrictions and different mitigations that they have to take to be able to run this. When, even back when I was still was just a little company, it was not hardly nothing there. You go by there now, they're a big company.
Yeah.
Like, is the mitigation and their processes compliable with what they have done for their size of development? Like,
Yeah.
and are we still giving right amount of protection to our neighbors and everything else to our land bylaw, but still letting them operate at a certain amount of production?
Yeah, so they have been, at the time that the development permit was approved, I'm sorry, I don't remember what year that was, I'm guessing it was in the mid-2010s for that particular site. The southern part of the site there. There was a buffer, yeah, so there were studies that were submitted. Municipal Planning Commission, kind of approved a blanket development permit with not a whole lot of conditions on it. That said, the studies include quite a few details around what would be appropriate mitigation. That includes a buffer. And so when you're on Highway 38, there's actually a little pull out there on Highway 38 south of the site, just south of like a shell access there. And you can look straight down the property line and you can look at the fence, and they're maintaining the buffer that was required. So I would say yes, and they've been trying to do proactive things like the fence. We did not require that. That's something that they are testing to see whether or not it helps mitigate some of that air quality or sand movement, especially some of the lower stuff. They do have a water truck dedicated to the site at this point. I will have to ask them about the piles and if there's something additional that they can do. Yeah.
That we didn't consider, right? Like, we didn't know how high they were planning on. I don't know if they even did. And then all of a sudden now we're that high.
Yeah.
What is the impact that's happening? Did they know, or do they know, or does it matter because we don't have it part of ours? Like,
I think what we would have to do is maybe we'd have to pull up their their development permit and reissue it or do additional study. I'm not sure. That's why I would have to talk to our lawyers and find out what the best course of action is.
And if you look at that buffer zone along the property line, how wide is that buffer zone?
I don't know off the top of my head.
You know, when there's a wind blowing, what's a 100-foot, 30-foot buffer zone? It does absolutely nothing. You know,
And that's why offset impacts are allowed in that use, because you really can't mitigate everything. You try your best.
Okay, so we've spent a fair bit of time on this. I did talk to Mr. Lessig phoned me on Friday about 12:30 at noon. I didn't have a chance because I was in a meeting, but I did talk to him probably from about 4 o'clock to 4:45 on Friday. He said the worst part of the wind was basically between 1 and 2. His concern seemed to be more of the air quality and the damage of inhaling the sand particles and anything to do with visibility or anything. When I talked to him, he acknowledged that Derek was out there from between 2 and 3. And he said when Derek was there, it wasn't as bad as what it was earlier in the day. He was somewhat frustrated in that he couldn't get a hold of the plant manager so that he could discuss the issue with him to try and get a resolution. He acknowledges that industry has to be there, but he displayed a lot of frustration in respect to the sand blowing in his direction. But at the end of the day, it didn't seem like it was blowing directly in his direction. I guess the other part here, and relating to what you said regarding industry, and is this really different than a Dow or a Shell or a Nutrien putting out steam from their plants and then having the atmosphere invert so that the stuff comes down and creates fog on the highway? How do you avoid something like that? Like, obviously, they don't keep their steam and byproducts on their property, they're basically going up in the air or coming back down again if they have to come down, right? So to say, yeah, the simple solution would be keep it on their property, but I'm not sure if that's, really physically possible when you're dealing with industry. I mean, like I say, I'd have more frustration driving through Fort Saskatchewan when that fog is along the ground from the plants there and stuff. I think that what has to happen here is there has to be a conversation had with, plant manager and Mr. Lessig, and maybe, yes, I don't, quite honestly, I don't think there is a solution here. Because the winds are gonna blow, nobody controls the wind. I don't know.
But he suggested that we have a water bomber. Flying over and
Water bomber can't fly through the industrial crash.
that's what he suggested, eh?
They gotta learn the plows down. So what,
Mr. Lessig never indicated to me in our conversation that visibility was significantly impaired. And he didn't indicate to me that it was drifting that far. I don't know.
I seen what I seen, there's a big difference between, steam and sand. But obviously, you guys couldn't see the dust. We'll have to come up with a different, way to prove it, get something with good cameras in there and stuff and. Keep their product on their property, water the hills down and it's forecasting a big strong wind like that and, I know you wouldn't like it to have all that sand and people on the highway were complaining. Roy seen it on the highway, I seen it on the highway, the dust when the sand's falling. That's what I'd like to see where 203, yeah, it was good because it was a different angle. But you just get to the corner, it's blowing all the way across the Jared's. I bet you we go to the graveyard, we can sweep up a ice cream pail of sand off the tombstone.
To read this, her was indicated that she's meeting with that in a week. To discuss mitigation, is it in a week?
It's May 2nd.
May 2nd, couple of weeks, we will discuss mitigation with them. The terms of the development agreement to a great extent tie our hands, but they have shown a willingness to work with us. They have been responsive to Mr. Lissick in the past. Must have been a day when the plant manager was on there. We've seen their records where they show calls received, calls responded.
For the record, it was more than just Mr. Lissick calling. For the record.
Well, no, I'm just.
Okay, so
I'm just talking about that specific aspect.
Okay, good. Accept the storm as information.
Move the Lamont County Council accept the report on the dust storm as information.
Any further questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Yep. Okay, now I need for item number 8, we need a motion that Lamont County Council, actually, I'll do that one. I'll make the motion that Lamont County Council move the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 2:00 p.m. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? And we'll move on to item number 8, 1, road use agreements.
History, from prior discussion, that this matter is coming back for your consideration, deliberation. Mr. Eats to cover this while I deal with a very important thing.
So as council discussed, back on March 11th, agreements have been top of mind, for both the county and for industry. At the April 1st meeting, council did, reintroduce the, ability to, double bond for road use haulers to haul at 100%, which council had, previously directed, in 2024 not to proceed with. As discussed on March 11th, we are bringing forward potential changes to the road use agreement requirements in consideration of concerns we've heard from residents, ratepayers, and from heavy haulers. We've also reviewed road use agreement requirements from other municipalities. We've broken it down into 4 sections, the first being bond requirements. So currently under all holders of a road use agreement must provide a bond equal to $10,000 per kilometer of road utilized, regardless of frequency of use. Council could allow for a lower bond amount where the frequency of use is less than 1 trip per week. This would be in consideration of the presentation council heard from Point Bar earlier this year. Should council decide to lower the bond amount for less frequent usage, we would recommend lowering the bond requirement to $7,500 per kilometer. Any lower, and if they do damage to a certain section of road, there may be enough money there to perform the repairs if the road use holder does not complete them. As well, there is currently no maximum bond amount required. Should council decide to implement a maximum bond amount, we would recommend setting a maximum bond amount at no less than $500,000. This would not be a requirement with many road use holders. And this may only be a requirement where we're looking to double bond in the spring. Most of our road use holders are in the range of 40,000 to 240,000 during normal hauling season. The second would be spring road bans. Previous practice by administration was to allow REV holders to provide a bond equal to twice the bond amount to allow them to haul at 100%. Council had directed back in 2024. Administration sees this practice. However, last meeting, county council did direct us to bring it to allow REV holders to continue hauling at 100% if they provide a double bond amount. Should council decide to continue the practice of double bonding, it's our recommendation only to allow double bonding for REV holders during spring road ban season where the frequency of hauling is less than 5 trips per day. Our reasoning for this is we would not want to see allow hauling at 100% for large heavy hauls. If you've got 40, 50, 60 loads a day coming up for gravel extraction, we're going to see massive road damage in the spring. The third concern is hauling time. As council is aware, under the terms of the road use agreement, all REV holders are limited to hauling between 7 and 7. As expressed by some REV holders, being allowed to haul during the evening or early morning hours is sometimes required. Hauling during early morning hours in the spring and fall, rather than the haul when the road surface is frozen, hauling during the day. While this requirement of hauling between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. was implemented to reduce the disturbance of neighboring landowners, administration does not have a concern with allowing hauling during the evening or early morning hours, as it actually benefits our road network. The fourth concern is dust abatement. As included in the agreement, all holders are required to provide dust abatement along the entirety of the length of the haul. While some REV holders have been providing dust abatement over the entire length, many have historically only been providing dust abatement in front of occupied commercial and residential properties. When the frequency of traffic can significantly impact the amount of dust created by the haul, We recommend a tiered approach to dust abatement requirements. Should council consider making changes to the dust abatement requirements? The first would be if if a RUA holder is seeing less than one trip or one load in a 2 hour period, no dust abatement will be required. If they're between one in a 2 hour period to one trip per hour, they would have to provide dust abatement in front of all occupied residential and commercial properties. And if they're exceeding that one trip per hour, then they would have to provide dust abatement over the entirety of the length of the whole road.
Once.
Can I start? Yeah, go ahead, state. I think we need 2 different kinds of road use agreement, one for gravel hauling and one for hauling oil. 2 different amounts of traffic per hour, per day, per week. For 1, for 2, what are we gonna do with roads like 203 from Highway 45 south that was built when the Alacant plant was built, they built the road to, and now Western Asphalt's in there. And 562 from Highway 45 a mile west and then 3/4 of a mile north was built by Husky, County Lamont, federal government and Alberta government. They paid to build the roads, so what are we gonna do with roads like that? So what do you suggest? We got well, the road that they built, I think, hauling oil from collection, like if you're hauling from a well to the battery, I think road bans are road bans for that, my opinion. The finished product out of the battery to the highway and then it goes to Provost or wherever it goes. They can go 100%, but we gotta come up with a double bond on that stretch of road is good, except when the guys dished out a pile of money to build the road, do you double bond them again or? But the gravel haul, you can have 5 loads an hour going, and with oil. So I think we need 2 separate road use agreements, one for oil and one for,
Well, it all depends who you got the road use agreement with though. So the people, they dish it out to build the road, but they're not the trucking company. This fellow here was a trucking company that came in.
no, he's got, he owns the oil company.
Okay, so, but they have their own trucking companies is what he mentioned, like
They got a new contractor, that's why he wanted to.
that's what I mean. He's got a contractor, the ones that are to uphold. He's not gonna sit in Calgary and come back and monitor on a phone or on satellite every truck that comes in and out. So he's got a trucking company that comes in, are the ones that follow the road ban. So that's what I'm saying is, if they built the road, that's fine. But they have a trucking company are the ones that are gonna be the guys that are gonna be wrecking the roads. They go in and do it at the wrong times and wrong process.
But they're responsible for it.
But that's what I'm saying is, so.
The oil company.
So, Councillor Boyce is correct, under the terms of the road use agreement. If company A holds has an agreement with the county and hires company B to do the work, company A is responsible for any road damage costs. Forces them to
Mhm.
ensure that their subcontractors are performing as they're supposed to be with the guys. It's up to them whether they.
And that's what I was kind of asking the question, because I misunderstood what he was saying, because it sounded like they hired trucking companies to come in and they're the ones that follow all the bans, which they do, obviously, like for hauling. But they're the ones that would be the ones that will bonding.
Yeah.
But your other one was, what was the other one that was in here before that came in?
Yeah, because he wanted all 100% from the collect, like from the wells to the battery.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that.
No.
Road ban, but the finished product
yeah.
where they had Gibson oil, we've got a lot of my Trimax now.
Yeah.
Is loading away all the way to Provost, and they only got 1.75 miles on a road they built and they can only 75%.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense, so we gotta come up with so they can haul their 100% of the road.
So the other company is Point Bar.
Point bar, that's what you said.
So you may recall my comment was that the road use agreement is not to recover the cost of building a road, it's to recover the cost potentially of repairing the road. The safeguard. So kind of a silly example, but let's say for the sake of argument, we built the road. We're still gonna collect but road use agreements from those who use the road in case they damage it.
That's what it's
Even though we built the road. We're still going to. Not a perfect analogy,
But Councillor White brings up a good point. If you got a gravel contractor who's got 50 trucks on a run, you're basically dealing with a lot more traffic than basically what Rubelite has here. It doesn't appear as though Rubelite, and when I heard, they don't seem to have an issue. They got minimal traffic. They do the road maintenance. They do the dust control. They double the bond. They pay their taxes. They don't seem to have an issue with the road bond per se. The only time they did have an issue is
75%.
when we put the road ban on and didn't advise them that the road ban was going on, which was one thing. Secondly, we didn't advise them the council changed the policy where you can't get the double bond, right? So I think for the oil companies, I think that it works pretty good with the double bond and you can haul 100%. I don't think we would ever consider giving that to a gravel contractor. So maybe Councillor White is right. Or you can write it within the terms of your road use agreement. You know, when you start trying to define how many trips a day, that becomes an administrative nightmare, right?
Yeah, like these options were put forward based on one agreements. If we were to have one agreement for petroleum, one agreement for aggregate, or one agreement for aggregate alone, one agreement for everybody else. And that's where we can make that work. We do have a couple other road use agreement holders that are in other industries. We don't seem to have too much issue with those. Epcor Hall, it's an annual, they provide a rolling bond. Theirs is very niche to what we do because they're in an area, we do a pre-review post, then we move to the next area. They're in, they're out, and they're on to the next road, as long as there's no issues that need to be addressed. So we've had some issues over the last 2 years just on their activities, but we were working with them. They're not looking for any changes to the road use agreement. Definitely. I totally agree. Offering 100% double bonding to an aggregate hauler is not in our interest. We're going to see massive road damage if we're seeing 50 loads a day falling in the middle of the spring.
We also seem to have and I'm not sure because 162 is a haul road, but I know when these two companies came and started developing, normally when they set up a road use agreement is to have the road stay in the same condition it was before. Well, or better. And these roads that Rubelite and Spur are using, and I'm sure it's the same ones that are in Division 5 that they're using these roads that they built up and stuff, they're in better condition than what they ever were. So with the improvements they made to the roads, maybe as part of the road use agreement, you look at a lesser bond or something. I don't know, because 180, 181, 182, those are better roads than they were before Spur and Rubelite got out there. And Spur told me that they're not gonna screw up the road and haul when it's total mud or whatever, because they gotta repair the road. And that's for the road use agreement. So they're conscientious in that part too. So I don't know, it's, I think that you're almost dealing with two separate, maybe the same road use agreement, but maybe different conditions if you're a gravel contractor versus an oil field operator.
And it's still to haul one load, it's 2 trips.
That would be up to council. My previous experience is one trip was one direction. But if council wants to consider one load is in and out. Or one load is one direction.
Or an empty truck is not a loaded,
That's right.
truck.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if you're going loaded out or loaded
Because
in.
I think for a while there, all unload, it's 2 trips.
It was.
That was our definition. And so if you're, you know, if you're at that breaking point number of loads, consider, is it 2 trips for one load, or is it 1 trip for one load? I'm thinking it's a round trip. You can't do half the thing, eh?
A loaded truck is a load, an empty truck isn't a load, my opinion.
But when it comes to dust abatement and stuff, it's a factor. So whether you're loaded or empty, you're gonna make dust, right?
Probably empty more dust.
Depends when you take a picture.
They're going faster.
So you wanna see dust from the road now, right down 580. Yeah. So what changes do we wanna make?
So if what I'm hearing from council, two different agreements, or one agreement, essentially two agreements. One geared towards oil field activities, one geared towards everything else. Does council have a concern with the $10,000 kilometer bond amount? Again, Point Barb was in the chambers a few months ago, asking council not to consider not requiring bonds on roads where they may only see one load per month.
What did we used to allow before you need a road use agreement? What did we use to, was it on there, Darby, when you got here?
Since I've been here, it's been up to the discretion of the director of public works. I don't know what it was.
Because at one time we had 3 trips. And if you made more than 3 trips in a month, then you needed a road use agreement.
In a month or a week?
I'm trying to remember, but it was, I remember it was 3 and that is, and then we were counting, like Roy said, loaded and empty. So 3 out of 3 worked out. So the guy said it's either 3 loaded or it's gotta be an even number. We're just talking like for products, the rigs and that, moving the rig in and the surgery, that's totally different, just so we got that clear.
So, I mean, we proposed that frequency less than 1 trip per week, which would be less than 4 trips per month. Maybe allow a lower one. Which I think sounds like it would be in line with what was previously recorded here.
And I think in regards to the times, Darby, if Spur wants to haul between 10 and 10, then just phone the Public Works up and ask for it.
When I haul oil and they're forecasting rain, we haul till 3-4 in the morning, so you're not wrecking roads, it's but if it wasn't, then you did during the day, right? So
Would the, and just so I'm be sure you get all the information, would this be allowance for spring hauling only or for year round hauling?
At the discretion of the Public Works Director.
or a weather, right? So the forecasting, for real big rain and.
So I do have a question, maybe I'm just drawing a blank here, but frequency of use is less than 1 trip per week. You have to go in and you have to get there, so you're going at least once a week. And I mean, like, what are you saying is 1 trip a week?
That's
Can't
why-
make half a trip.
That's why we gotta try, change it to loaded.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
because the empty doesn't count, right?
Well, that's what I was wondering, if you don't make less, you don't make half a trip.
Yeah, so if, for there be one round trip a week.
That's okay, well, that's if we just have a condition, like a round
Yeah.
trip, empty in, loaded out, or loaded in, empty out, it's one trip.
In the case of Spur, of River Light, Point Bar, there are some wells that they're not in there every week. They're definitely not in there every day. There are high production wells that are in there more often, but there are low production wells, they're in there, and Point Bar said there's one, there maybe once a month. Do we need to hold that road in the same standard as the road where they're 3-4 a day?
Yeah.
Do we want to stick with the $10,000 for everybody?
Like what did you say, it costs us just about 14,000 a kilometer to repair,
Thereabouts, yeah.
so we're already under the.
But they're not complaining about the 10,000.
No.
The only one we've learned about it, would be from Point Bar.
Who?
Point Bar. On their low production facilities. Where they're not in there as frequent. They have no issues with 10,000 per kilometer on their higher production locations.
It becomes an administrative nightmare, right?
It does.
If you start limiting loads and based on dollar amounts and. I don't think. Darren didn't argue with the bond amount. So. I don't think that's the issue for these guys. The issue is they can't afford to haul. Loads out.
That's the issue, it's for the bad product.
In keeping with the discussion on bonds, does council want to consider a maximum bond?
How's that again?
Does council want to consider a maximum bond amount? So currently, if I'm hauling in on a Lamont County roads and I'm using 50 kilometers of road, I have to put up $500,000. If I'm using 53 kilometers at, $530,000. The one request that Point Bar did bring up is maybe setting a cap amount instead of the 600 and something thousand for double bonding the spray that they would have to provide.
It was the letters of credit, those are.
Typically, they're letters of credit. We have had, Point Bar typically provides, cash in there. I think they're one, I think there's maybe only 2 or 3 companies that provide a check, or electronic fund transfer. Mostly they're just, bonds. A letter of credit.
Would be a company like WK. They, which is one.
I have to double check. I haven't looked into that one recently. They should have a bond, for the, for at a minimum for the amount of higher there.
Used to have there, then we worked for the oil company, we were on the oil company's bond. That's where this guy needed a copy for the new trucking company. That's where he found out, so WK runs on Tamarack or whoever they're on. It's the only one they got is that little quarter, 1/8 of a mile, whatever, 500 feet.
Where it go?
Right across the front.
Anyone exceed the 500,000 right now?
The only one I can think of, would be Point Bar. For that one, it's right. For all the roads that they use.
So did we allow, you know? If they did double blind, then they're not allowed to haul 483.
Yes, so 24 has double bonded on select roads, over the last 2 weeks. And they did some last week and they've done a couple more ones today. For their production facilities, just to get through spring or best.
I don't know if we need a maximum. Nope. Now it brings up the other aspect. They want to call it 100%, do their taxes have to be paid up to date? Or a tax repayment agreement in place?
In good standing.
In good stead.
From a strictly public works point of view, whether your taxes are paid or not, your truck's gonna do the same amount of damage.
Your trucks are gonna win.
Your trucks are gonna do the same damage whether your taxes are paid or not. Now, whether you can pay for those repairs is.
Another story.
It is a good collection, except we have used that in other municipalities that I've been employed in. And we wouldn't give road use agreements if taxes weren't paid, and it really accelerated the payment of taxes.
If you're not paying your taxes, a good chance you're not paying your road repair.
And like you say, if they have tax agreement, like that one company does, it's a good standard for.
And in regards to dust abatement, I'd say that you put dust abatement in front of the residences. I'm not sure we want somebody to be putting calcium on a whole 2 miles road.
So as a requirement, removing the requirement for the entirety of the line and just occupied residential commercial properties.
Yeah. With the council thing.
Yeah, in front of
For residences instead of the 2 mile stretch of road.
where people live, yeah.
Where would be 400 feet?
Under our program, we do 400 feet, 122 years. Hundred and
122.
State council has addressed the 4 areas of bond requirement, the spring ordinance, the hauling time, and the rest of the. Everything ready?
Yes.
Anything else? Not in the committee of the whole, committee, the administration to bring back amendments to the RUA to future council meeting.
Lamont County Committee of the Whole Direct Administration to bring back. That's our call. Lamont County Community. I'm sorry. Lamont County Committee of the Whole Direct Administration to bring back amendments to the road use agreement to a future meeting as discussed.
Further questions or concerns? Debate, seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. I now need a motion to return to the regular council meeting. I move the Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the April 13, 2025 regular council meeting at 2:30 p.m. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, we don't have any directors' reports, so we'll move on to item number 10. Committee reports. One thing we decided to change is, discussed this with Peter yesterday, is when you give your committee report, if you can make a motion to accept your report as information. Instead of Christine, I'm going to type out this long paragraph.
Thank you, Jordan.
The presenter makes the motion.
Yep.
Okay, I can start. Had a Beaver Hills Initiative meeting April 9, 2025. Also had a AGM before the board meeting. We did appointing of signing authorities, auditor, and other business. In the board meeting, we did a review of the open house forum. The open house, open house was attended by David, Dan, and myself. Reports were there were about 150 people there, slightly more than the 2023 open house. All the municipalities have made their contributions to Beaver Hills. Sorry for the distraction. So anyway, Beaver County pays 20,000, Lamont and Leduc 10,000, Strathcona County $112,758. We discussed the 2025 budget, projects and work plan, and the Beaver Hills Biosphere Reserve Association has registered a trademark. Wellington Seed Plant, we had a meeting April 1st, 2025. Manager's financial report was presented. Update on automation proposals. We're gathering information for the November, December AGM to bring to the members. Reviewed financial statements and amounts moved to GIC investments. We did the manager performance appraisal and we got an updated report on the budget.
Councilor Knack, I went to a letter that I gave to the deputy reeve error that shows that we're paid up.
Yeah, I noticed that in the meeting when they presented financials, there were 3 that paid and 1 was blank, but I did get the report that we're the 4th one that's paid up, so thanks for that. Okay, I move that all county council accept Councilor Roy Anaka's report on Beaver Hills Biosphere meeting and open house and the Wellington Seed Plant meeting as information. That's the question. Okay.
All in favor? Great, thank you, Councilor Naka. Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, we had a water commission meeting on last Thursday with meeting up with the ACE Water Commission from White Ministers. And we John S. took services them with water. We had we went through terms of reference. We had an updated information between the 2 commissions. We had a tour of their facility in White Minister and a roundtable discussion, and that was it. It was a 3-hour trip. It was very good. And that is all that I had for. So I moved that my report from John S. Water Commission be accepted as I read.
as information.
This information. Sorry.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. Counselor Wick.
I don't have any, my meeting or get together starting next week. Nope.
The only thing I had was was the housing foundation. And we got the good news from there in our earlier meeting here with the requisition going down. We got a few things on the go there, building another building and stuff, and see they're looking for quotes now, so for a garage, and other than that, it's pretty well hit. Well. County Council accepts the constitutional latest report on the housing foundation meeting as information. Okay.
Christiane, do you have some of these tabs? Yes. Okay, we had a landfill meeting last Thursday, April 3rd. Christiane is gonna hand out a basically it's our budget for 2025. And it also shows the fees that we're required to pay. So in 2024, Lamont County's percentage of waste hauled to dump was 45.45%. Village of Andrew was 5.45, Town of Bergerheim was 5.9. Village of Chipman was 4.12, Town of Lamont was 20.7, and Town of Madera was 8.81. So if you look in the next column, you can see what the averages were. So our average worked out over the last 4 years, which is what our requisition is based on. 47.47%. As per our budget calculations, the requisition that was required is $600,680. So our requisition will be based on 47.47% of that. If you look on the bottom of the page there, you see the total tons hauled to the dump. We're at 1.7 million tons. Town of Lamont was second at 765,000 tons. For the month of January, our tonnage is way down for the first 2 months. For January, we are at 92 tons per January, which was 34.7% of the tonnage hauled to the dump. And for February, it was 50 tons. So total tons for January and February is 142 or 31.16% of the total tonnage hauled to the landfill. I'm not sure why the tonnage we're hauling is less. But it's a good thing. Hopefully it stays that way.
Mr. Reed, do we pay less when we contribute less?
Yes, because then our average comes down. If we haul less to the dump, our average goes down and we pay less for acquisition.
Well, I got a couple of. A snow bucket for a Bobcat costs $3,800.
Very last page.
Gold plated?
I'm gonna start building buckets.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back building buckets. And then I have another one, travel and subsistence. On the second page. $5,740. Where do they go that,
We're driving home and back.
they could work it? It's more rare.
I know. Couple profits we're doing here,
Yeah, I understand.
that seems like a lot of mileage, right?
Yeah.
That's at your next meeting. Where did you see that bucket?
Very
Very
last
last
page,
page.
very last page.
I've never seen a snow bucket. I mean, we do snow removal. That's what our company is. I've never seen a bucket cost $3,800. That's a proposed cost.
But it does seem high for a snow bucket.
You okay if I bring those answers back to the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 or 2 in the morning, master.
Yeah.
Neil said,
Professional fees and specialty services.
Lawyers. No, there's.
Well, they got legal
they got
fees.
legal fees.
Legal fees of 5,000.
engineering at 9,500.
But it's here professional and special services. 8,900. 89,000.
That's the addition of all the line items from 235 down to just below repairs and maintenance. So it's basically your contractors, management fees, accounting fees, legal, engineering. It's not a separate line item. I think I might have the annual report for the next meeting also here. So as you can see, the required 2025 requisition is $285,000, which is the number that Rodney used for 2025. The other meeting I attended was a mayor's breakfast in the town of Redwater. Basically hosted by the mayor of Redwater. He gives a speech as to what the town is up to, and currently they're in the process of upgrading their sewer lines. And that's a 10-year project for him. Attended the mayor of Fort Saskatchewan State of the City address. That was also on April 4th. Fort Saskatchewan is growing by leaps and bounds. Like all you have to do is look at the housing development that they got going there. They got that Dow construction site going there. They're just doing really well. And with all the housing we're building, they're having a hard time keeping up. And public library meeting on the 7th of January, that's the Lamont Public Library. Basically straightforward, they're struggling for money. I suggested that they look at the Lamont County Grant Program. It's an application. So that may be coming up when we look at grant applications down the road here. And then the last event that I attended last Wednesday on April 9th with Councillor Naka and the CAO was Life in the Heartland. That was in Fort Saskatchewan. It's basically a reception. Industry sets up trade booths, and it gives the opportunity for residents in the community to come and find out what's happening in the heartland. There is presentations by Dow, a presentation by Pembina, and I believe the last one is Women Futures. Women Building Future. Women Building Futures, that's the one. So three good presentations. And of course, started
At 5, I think we were done by about 7:30 or so. That was about it for the last couple weeks here.
life in the heart of the April nights. I gotta come by you here in a second.
All right, you guys want to, you can recover the for this.
I'm not.
Sorry, that's the Port Saskatchewan.
Oh.
State of the city address.
No cat problems there.
He's a catcher. I know.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council accept Reeve David Duce's report on the St. Michael Regional Solid Waste Commission meeting, the Town of Redwater Mayor's Breakfast, the Port Saskatchewan State of the City Address, and the Life in the Heartland meeting as information.
Favor? Carried 5-0. Thank you, councilors. We will now move on to item number 11, correspondence.
Mr. Reeves, starting on page 208, we have a number of correspondence items. Ms. Benoit will hand out the ones that were added today. The first one is from the Mr. Municipal Affairs Rick McIver, indicating that assistive voting machines that enable electors with visual or physical disabilities to vote independently and privately are permitted. Originally, there was a broader limitation on electronic voting machines. This does not, it does not apply to those that assist those that are visually or physically impaired. The second one on page 11.2 is another notification of the Provincial Priorities Act. So once again, this suggests that municipalities will need to submit information to municipal affairs on all new agreements with the federal government, agreements, amendments, and agreement renewals, along with a copy of the agreement. And we'll need to fill out a brief intake form to accompany the agreement, explaining the benefit. We've all heard about the concerns about the federal government having a direct relationship with municipalities. On page 210 and 211, there's a background on the Provincial Priorities Act. On page 212 and 13, we have another letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs dealing with the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. There are 3 or 4 elements: the Local Authorities Election Act, the New Home Buyer Protection Act, and the Safety Codes Act. The first one is something you've probably heard or read about, and that is that the minister will be repealing all of the code of conduct bylaws that individual municipalities have approved. The understanding is we'll be replacing all of the various code of conduct bylaws of municipalities with a single one, and potentially either an integrity commissioner or some other body that will arbitrate those code of conduct concerns. Second one is that will provide additional clarity on the content of ICFs and strengthening the dispute resolution process. We'll have to wait and see the specifics of that one. Then we got the Local Authorities Election Act. which again talks to the use of electronic assistance terminals and some other things like residency requirements and where people, for example, who have lost their home in a wildfire like in Jasper can vote or they can run for office. I think the answer to that one is, we can say stay tuned for more information. If you are interested, there is a virtual town hall on April 16th at 6 p.m. And if you're interested in attending, please respond on your own behalf to the email address listed on page 214. Item 11.4 is kind of a public service announcement. The Queen's Commonwealth Essay Competition. The staff in FCSS are providing this to and through their various stakeholder groups. This has to do with fostering the art of writing within our youths. Now, I must admit, page 217 looks to be missing the content, but we did receive a constituency update from the Honorable Jackie Armstrong-Hominiuk. I'll ask that Mary Benoit dig into her inbox and send the full email to you. Oh, I see. Oh, it's part of the same one. The Queen's Commonwealth Essay. I apologize. Then we have on page 218, item 11.5, we have the results of a survey that was done in the Heartland area with regards to concerns of people living in this area. Generally speaking, this support the work that the Heartland is doing and informs some strategies that they'll undertake in the coming months. Concerns about traffic congestion, rural roads, and safety, road construction disruption, road maintenance issues, and the lack of necessary infrastructure. Then on page 220, we have the monthly RMA district update. Provides the most current information about key topics like assessment model review, rather, mature asset strategy, property tax accountability, and etc. You can read that at your leisure. There's one thing here that is kind of interesting. There is a running for municipal office campaign, which involved 20 live webinars between April and September, and a web page on the RMA site called Running for Municipal Office. I believe Ms. Benoit has included this on our election page. So you have good. And then there's a future resolution having to do with water methods approval. And on page 224, there is a very brief update to the spring 2025 resolutions, the ones that were passed. Next, if I've got them in the right order, we have a letter that came from the National Police Federation. This is an open letter to Minister Ellis from, in essence, the union that represents various police officers, expressing their concerns with some of the messaging that's being communicated, some of the claims which they suggest are misleading, no least of which is how the cost of the provincial police force would be less than the RCMP. I'll leave this to your discretion to read it. Something we're going to try to do now to ensure that it is made available to all of council and to the community is to provide copies of letters that are written at the request or direction of council. All of these. First one, we have a letter the council directed at the last council meeting to, the Honorable Daniel Smith, Premier of Alberta. This is the one that, expresses council's concern with the 11% increase imposed on Lamont County, for the educational levy. And it speaks to how council does appreciate the project's downloading onto council, having to, deal with these additional costs, having to balance these costs against the municipal property tax bill. So that's something you may want to keep handy. We will, obviously make this part of the public agenda once it is, uploaded. And then on, the next item is, the letter that council directed administration to send to the Honorable Devin Grecian, Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. This came out of the St. Michael Coffee Talk for Division 3, where participants expressed concerns about the lack of weed control on the abandoned railway line. Every indication is it is the responsibility of the province to address this based on infrastructure that is held within that right of way. And it indicates that we will undertake weed inspection and where necessary, we will provide weed notices. We also advise the minister that we have a contracted weed management company. We'll be happy to refer them to this contractor or be somebody who.
Lots of information, but I'm not sure there's any actionable items here.
One of us, one of you wants to write an essay.
No. How about I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council accept all correspondence items as information.
Good morning. Questions or concerns? You see that, all in favor? Carried, on 0. Okay, how about before we, well, let's go into closed session. I need a motion to do that. We got 5 items on the closed session agenda here. I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council move the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 2:58 p.m. to discuss the following items. 12.1. Response to correspondence item on fire services on Range Road 200. Section 17.1. Response to correspondence item on fire services on Range Road. Cutler Township 560. Way back section 17.1. 12.3 fire master plan, Point Act section 24.1A. 12.4 communication, section 17.1. And 12.5 Ben Friesen, Pack section 17.1. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Okay. Great, welcome back to the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting. We have some more business to finish in the closed session. However, I need a motion to extend the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting beyond 4 o'clock.
Okay, I'll make some. Motion, we extend past 4 o'clock.
All in favor? Scary. Okay, now I need a motion to go back to closed session.
May I make a motion that we go back into closed session, 3:57 to discuss, section 17.1. Both items are 17.1.
Well, for communications and 12.5.
Yep.
Been freezing. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Sorry, recording is, microphone is on,
Oh,
camera is
that
on,
was open. Good to go.
recording is.
All right, welcome back to the April 15th, 2025 regular council meeting. Council's coming out of closed session and the number of resolutions to make coming out of closed session. First item we'll deal with is item 12.1. Correspondence item on fire services on Range Road 200. Bill, you want to make that?
Yeah, where's the motion?
I will make it.
Okay.
Yes.
Lamont, go come. Okay, Lamont County Council Direct Administration to forgive fire invoice 1811 dated March 26th, 2025 to the Holy Ascension Rusko Creek Orthodox Church as discussed in closed meeting.
Great, thank you, Councilor Waits. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, item 12.2, response to correspondence item on fire services township 560.
Yeah, I'll make.
Will make it.
No, just have your thing away there. There you are. I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council Direct Administration to charge Mr. LaFontaine $266 and forgive the remaining amount owing on invoice for fire event 2409344, including finance charges for fire services on Township 560 as discussed in closed meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. Fire master plan. Deputy Reed.
It's on.
Which one is it? Motion comes in there, okay. The Lamont County Council accept the closed session report on the fire master plan. That's information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. 12-4 communication.
The Lamont County Council accept the communication matter as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 12.5, the bid freezing.
Okay, I move the Lamont County Council Direct Administration to adjust the fire invoice. Invoice 815 to Ben Friesen's account to $41,203 and write off any remaining interest.
This is number.
But he came in as Ben Friesen, so
Okay.
so even if you just have to correlate it here.
I think it's on it.
Fire invoice 2.
Yeah.
Is there a different name though?
It's his number.
Your number to come.
Change that.
It's fine with you have fire
He
invoice.
came in as a delegation.
Yeah.
For himself, he wrote a letter to council.
Okay. There's no other questions or discussion, all in favor? In item 12.6, development matter. I'll make the motion that Lamont County Council accept the development matter as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 4:36.
You got your stamper?
But